Me, 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 me. Ma da da do do. Where is my green if it wants to cooperate. Hello, welcome in. I feel like these are uneven. This is one shirt that's very confusing to wear, honestly, since it has the shoulder pieces, but since the sleeves move, it kind of makes it look lopsided. Meh. But we'll figure it out in due time. Let's listen to that today. Which I don't even know what it's going to play. Wrong way. I don't hear anything. Oh, right, because I'm a dingus. Ooh, that sounds cute. The heck is even playing? Wee. Quarantined. Lovely, that's the first one that plays. Which, this is a playlist by Glitch X City that's on Spotify. And that's what I am aware of. It should be all things that are allowed to play. I'm pretty sure this is on their playlist. Ooh, they have a new single that came out, Battle of the Soul. The cover looks very creepy. I will definitely listen to that in a bit. But other than that... Oh yeah, why do I have this open? I have no need for that site to be open still. Close it. Why is that? Oh, right. I do need to reload that. Forgot. Sometimes I forget when I clear all of my history and my background stuff. I'm like, oh, I have to re-log in? That's weird, but it's good just to do that periodically just so things aren't being opened on other pages. And I'm still finishing up a little bit of my snacks because it's already midday for me, so we've already had breakfast, wake up, do activities. I just broke that. No! I'm making a mess. Come here. And I just vacuumed. Well, at least I know it's clean. Sprinkle that dust over there. Oop. What is this now? Day 3 of me having actual, fake nails, which is the first time I've ever done that, and it feels pretty normal by now. Obviously, I have to stop and think about it when I'm trying to do some complex task to make sure I don't quite literally rip my entire actual nail out, because that is a risk in having these. But so far, I've been safe because I've seen a lot of people break and rip apart their entire nail, and that's not something I want to experience. But I did add a bunch of black to the underside of the nail, which does add to it a little bit more, so it looks more spooky. I like it. I need to do this again. But I don't think I'm gonna do Dreamlight today because I'm just fiddling with the tutorial area, trying to get a feel for the game. So I'm kind of in just that loop of building up equipment and building up money. Once I get out of that first stuck area and actually get some more Dreamlight to open up some of the world, I'll play it on stream again. Because right now, it's YouTube material. That way I can take 2 hours and condense it down to something simple. Other than that, I mean, Coral Island came out. That's pretty exciting. But it's in early access, so I don't know. Do I want to play the game now? Or I could wait a little bit when more bugs, more testing goes into it, and then get into the game? Because I don't remember if there's any special incentives to add on to the game. Because I mean, there's what, they had 20 or 25 or 22 pursuable people in the game. They all look really pretty. I don't know who I'd even pursue. I mean, I want to check out the farming mechanics, see what kind of animals, because if you're supposed to be on an island, I do wonder if they're going to make it like pigs, chickens. I do wonder if they would have ferrets as pets. I don't know, it just seems like a fitting kind of animal to have a pet on an island, to have a ferret. But that's just my own brain. Oh, and that was the other thing I was debating. Because I realized, again, sure, we started Lake of Voices last time, but then I was looking through more games that I do want to try that are spooky, and there's Raging Loop. I do have Fatal Frame as well. But then, I already have installed Frail Hearts. I mean, since I've already started the demo from Frail Hearts, it would be a good thing to continue that game. That way we can see kind of the battle mechanics, what the heck the story is supposed to be, because sure, there's a plot there, but it's not been explicitly explained in-game to each of the characters, so that's something to try in a bit. But a good thing, maybe just do a little Animal Crossing at the start, and then we can progress from there. And I can finish up a few more of my snacks and enjoy the music playing, which I can slightly hear because it's loud enough for me, even with it away from my ears. We could always try and battle the last boss in Cult of the Lamb. I mean, I might have a better chance at it this time. And then I could say I've completed the game. Yeah, let's do that first, you know? Not Animal Crossing. Let's try and finally complete Cult of the Lamb. That'll be a good thing to start with. So actually, let me change it from Animal Crossing and back to Cult of the Lamb. I lied. Colts. Well, not just Cult. I need Cult of the Lamb. Thank you. Okay, set the tags to something else. Beepity bops. And from what I could remember for the boss, it was really easy to take on the first two. Just don't lose a lot of hearts with them. And then we have to worry about the second round, which seems like it could be very fast to complete. But I could get killed very easy because he had some of those crazy distance attacks. Let's give it a shot. I'm feeling a little bit more confident today. And you can enjoy this while I set it up, because clearly I was prepared to play something else, but 5 seconds later I decided to change my mind. Eey. What is it? Battle of the Soul. Wait. Oh, it is playing the new song. Holy crap, I like it. My goodness, I'm not paying attention to what's playing on the screen. So we're gonna put that back. We'll listen to it in a bit. And game capture will be not on that game, but on the cute. You will become this big on the screen. No, don't run away on me, screen. And we have our controller, so we can see if we'll progress. I'm so happy I found this cord. This makes my life so much easier instead of trying to work with the Bluetooth with it. I mean, it could just be the tower itself having Bluetooth errors, but we'll deal with it another day. So obviously we've defeated everybody. We've gone over 100 days, and we have more deaths than followers. What? Playtime 0 hours 52. Wait. Okay, I'm guessing that's a bug because it shouldn't say 0 hours. I mean, we've played a lot of time, so I'm gonna be ignoring that number. But hopefully we get a good stack of weapons this time, because both times I've went against the main boss, it's been kind of cruddy weapons. Ooh, right. Why are you sleepy? Go, wait, excuse me. My little sir, go to sleep. No one die on me for a few seconds, okay? And that way I can get into the other fleece. What's some inventory? Crystals. Beautiful, but I don't need that right now. I need to change the fleece. Oh, wait, do I have to go inside the building to actually change it? Okay, fine. Sermon, doctrines, crown. So what do I want to do? Curse deals double damage, cost, but melee, no, not good. 100% of items are lost if killed. But don't I already have the diseased heart? Well, that's with the crusade. All hearts will be replaced. Forteros, I guess maybe try the golden fleece. Sure, it might screw me in the end, but let's go with that. Might as well do a sermon. That way we can be like, hey, everyone, I know we've been battling, we're trying to fight. I need to go. I need your strength. Give it to me so we can finally beat this boss. Cool. Everyone's fine. Dandy happy. I should probably go eat first because that should give me another heart. Ooh, someone gave me some stuff. Make a meager meal and that should be enough to cook it. Hey, good reaction. Okay, we get 2 hearts. Alright. Are you dying? Bruh, you really have to die right before I'm going to battle? Everyone, stop puking. You're making the game glitch out. Okay, look. Here. Move away. And I'm gonna take the body away. Which does require me to make another body pit. Wait, I can take your loot too? Lovely. We can be grave diggers as well. No, drop you, and I want to pick you up. Okay. Oh, someone cleaned it up. Thank you. Appreciate that. Which, it will be a body pit. Oh, look, perfect. Right there. Oh, can't. Well, you'll be right next to it then. Come on, build it. Can you leave the body? Oh, I thought you were coming over. Oh, you are coming over to be sad. Yes, fine, but I need to put the body away. Okay, nobody else is dying. We can walk away now and take on our final boss at long last. Might as well buy you. One more person to be saved, technically. Goodbye, my little yak. But I have quite a bit of money. And now at least make my number even again, because now it's at 19. Make a save. And proceed in. Because I really just need to do better on the dodges. That's what's screwing me. My cape looks red. Do I not get to keep the cape? Oh, it takes away the cape before I get in here. Oh. That sucks, but... Oh. Great. Okay, well, let's go indoctrinate that person because that was the one person I needed to activate the ritual. Come on. Hopefully, because I have like 2 other people who are old too. Well, you're sick. Okay. You bed rest. What shenanigans you trying? Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna say something like, please sacrifice me. Like, no. But tax collection, sure. You can do that. But, how bad? Well, I like your design, so we're just gonna use you because you're the one person I need to begin everything. Work on the farm. Okay, no one die before I finish this freaking ritual again. Make a save. And now enter in. Okay, now we're in the building. Nothing else should bad happen. Come on, chop chop. Before someone tries to die. Everybody gather once again. Or either this is the 3rd time's the charm or 4th time. I can't remember. Not looking great with what weapons you've given me. Oh, you take away my blue hearts? Bro! That sucks, but we're gonna have to work with it. Necromantic, that's not that great. Zealous. Don't need that. Can I just leave? I can't just like keep coming back in and wait for like a god weapon to pop up because these are crap. Projectiles, death sweep. Guess work with death sweep. The thing that's the fastest will work with the dagger, but still. I'm gonna go in with confidence that we can finally beat it, but it's not the greatest set of weapons. Great, we can skip it, and we can try and fight Ball. Okay, where are we going? Ooh, I wasted a weapon. Okay. Whoop, 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 whoop. Come on, nope, nope, nope. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, 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 nope. Avoid you. You're very close to me. Oh, I already wasted all of my feather. Ow. Oh, that was terrible. Heart on me. Okay, you're doing something. Come on. Ooh. Yeah, we're not winning this. If I'm already sacrificing this much of my health, I'm embarrassed. Clearly not playing this for like two or 3 weeks now. I have forgotten the speed. Okay. Ah. Ooh, bad on my part. Come on. Nope. Should we just not? I don't want to give up yet. Sure, I might not win, but practice. Practice for the real battle. Ooh. Yeah, we just need a better weapon. Just end it. Trial and error. For 3 minutes, this battle. That wasn't pretty. That was not pretty at all. It just sucks that we don't get to keep it. Maybe I should go and acquire, like... Well, I mean, I don't have really the time to go and acquire more hearts. It's a matter of... I got rid enough into the battle before. But it's just the luck of the draw. So just keep going in and seeing which set of weapons I get next time. But sure, I don't have to get the best distance weapon. I just need something that has enough power to it in order to hit. I see an axe. That's a apostle. Empiric healing, but 2.2. I mean, we could work with the cleaver. It may be just enough what we need. Call the crown now. Wait, strike of the crown and call of the crown. Oh, they're both possession. We'll work with that. Okay. It's slow, but it'll hit fast. I mean, in the way that I'm gonna take more HP away. But I mean, this is gonna be your test. Can I beat you? Oh, no, but I already get hit by you. Ooh. Okay, where are you going? Okay, who are you summoning? Oh, I do get time to hit you at this point. That's actually smart to do. Okay, what are we doing? Avoid that. Okay, we're almost done. We're almost done. We're doing good. We're doing good. It's just your little pesky little friends are hanging out behind. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Nope, 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 nope. Ay. Okay, come on. We're almost done with this fight. Simple. Okay, almost done. Strike you, strike you, strike you, strike you, strike you, strike you. There. Ooh. Fresh. I do get a blue heart, though. Now I gotta deal with you. You're a little bit more concerning. Ooh. Barry got struck. Man, that was bad. But you do have a moment where you get stuck. Okay. Maybe use the projectiles on you more would help. It didn't seem like that actually hit you, though. Ooh, that was bad on my parts. Okay, 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 okay. Come on. I'm almost done with you. Very quick, very quick. Come on. Wait, nah, no. Bad, bad, bad on my part. Oh, you still struck me, Snooky Pants. No, 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 no. Come on. One more hit, one more hit. I'm concerned about my hearts, though. Blah, blah, I shall slaughter you. You could not escape me. Yeah. You were the one who were chained up, but I've got to survive to next round, though. Because this is when you start doing all kinds of extra moves. That is ridiculous. Look at that. That's too much. That's too much. And then your little minions popping up every 2 seconds. Stop. Come on. What were we doing? Okay, random. Ooh. Ah, stop chasing me. Come on. Okay, come on. Leave me alone, you guys. You're being a pain at the moment. Run from the freaking shots. Okay, come on. What are you doing? Little laser balls. Ah. Okay, come on, you guys. Leave. You're being a nuisance. Ooh, that was bad. That was bad on my part. Ah! Come on. Leave me alone. Run away. Okay, no. Yeah, maybe I'm not gonna survive. I just got a lot of hearts hit. Ah, this is terrible. Do I really suck at this? I guess maybe I do. Maybe I do need to go acquire, like, some more hearts. I mean, even 2 more hearts would be just enough to skate by it. It's a thought. It is a thought. Yeah. Because it seems like I'm not winning against him quite. But still, it was a fair chance. I thought I had it, but no, not quite confident in my abilities. So now we'll go over to Animal Crossing and just be like, la la la, the peaceful area, constructing and building things. Oh, what a good time. Obviously, that cord does not need to be stuck in at the moment. Let's see. Where's my Elgato? Oh, did I... Did I delete it? Oops. Wow, that's embarrassing, but... Maybe it's on the other screen. Oh, yeah, you're here. You're here. So, where'd it go? Interesting. Hang on. I know. We're being a little messy, but apparently something was not here anymore when it should have been. Okay. Yeah, let's go to the screen. So, BPD bops. Hey, my bat! Don't fly away. Turn you on. There you go. Oh my god. There's a giant picture of, look at this. Why is it so gargantuan on the screen, bro? I need to really figure out how to do this auto adjustment stuff, because every time I go to one new screen, it's just like gargantuan for no apparent reason. Come on, adjust and be fine. Updates? No, I don't want. There is no update that is necessary at the moment. We're fine. We're dandy. Now, I feel like one of these ears is trying to slip off. Could you not do that? Here, come on. Fighting with my ears. Okay, I don't need it playing twice. Which I do need to collect candy because I think I've only picked up like one candy so far, so I'm slacking on that. Oh, and we could check out some dream places and get some ideas, because my Halloween town is at a standstill because I'm just having a difficult time finding what aesthetic I want to make everything. But I have a very exciting stuff going on later today with Brittany Broski I get to see, which she's a big YouTuber, TikToker, Vine person who's doing a podcast kind of comedy show. So that's going to be something I'm looking very forward to. Though I don't know if I'm going to wear this to this event, because again, it might be cold, and I don't want cold shoulders. You do? Right now it's 3:45. Do we have any announcements? Oh, a visitor, which apparently one of my... What is it? My monkey character, Monty, decided to leave. So he might actually be gone since I've not checked in on the game. A slightly different note. Oh, apparently tomorrow Monty leaves. But I didn't really find his character very interesting, so he's just here for a while and he'll part ways. So I can't get the campsite person then. Well, I mean, more than likely the camp person's probably an oddball. For the most part they are, or they don't have really good style. Have anything collecting? Oh, I guess I didn't sell anything. I do like how I set the house with the black and purple fence. A little pumpkin. My little tree. Figured not to put the carriage here because I'm like, well, it was too crushed. But the half work I'm working on, it's looking pretty nice. Though the fence, I don't think I can really fit it here, but put the little skull path, so that looks cool. But then there's that one little space here that's... Well, I could put a flower that could fit there. Oh, hello? What do you need? Open to run in? a reaction. Oh, let me think. Whatever could this reaction be? Where's the light bulb? Oh, deep in contemplation, the thoughts. Follow my lead and you'll be thinking deeply and... Wait. Follow my lead and you'll be thinking... That sounds like you're insulting me in a way. Like, hey, who's at the door? Who dares disturb the presence? Oh, just someone dropping off a box for the roommates. Not my stuff. Bink. Anyways, don't know if Velma was trying to insinuate, I don't think. But just gonna ignore that. Right, flower. We're going to go grab a flower. We could put... No, not a white one. That's too ominous. We could put in this mix of red-yellow hybrid. What other flower? Put the dark red. Yeah, that looks like it'll fit. Okay, clean it. Don't pick the flower. I just want you to brush it off. I think this will finally... Wait. What do I have on the back of the house? Was I doing something? And just wipe it away. I don't know what I was trying to create right there. Oh, I still have half stuff behind the house. Oops. Couldn't really see. I have one more space to wipe up. I do need to fix that. That corner is going to bug me for life. So, I mean, there should be an edge piece I can use. Would that look nice? Potentially. Yeah, that looks decent. I mean, this kind of cuts a little odd right there, but a flower will cover it up. Let me see how it looks over here, because as long as it sits in the right place. How? How is there... Do I need to move something first? Oh, no. Or we could just put an item. Could put a wiggly. Wait, how do I pick you up? Can I just pick you? Excellent. Now you're coming with me over here. Yeah, see? I put the spooky carriage here and put the red flowers. Because I don't have black roses yet, so it looks creepy in a way, but not too creepy. Maybe a gothic creepy. We could put the wiggle right here. No, you scoot back just a tad. Is it really going to be uneven? Nah, we'll work with that. It looks fine. It looks dandy. This area, for the most part, it looks like it's put together. Was I trying to put the skull path around here? I guess we're just gonna continue that another time. Oh, you're hanging out. Hey, do you have new flowers? I have not seen you in a long time. And shrubs. Tea olives? Oh. What do they look like, is the question. Happy to know. No weeds, but how about show me the offerings. Oh, ooh, half off. I forgot about that as well. I should have really talked to you sooner to get these pumpkins ready. Pumpkin starters. Oh, orange, yellow, hibiscus, red, tulips. Buy a bunch of pumpkins for 140 bells each. Pumpkin starters. How much was it for a bulk of them then? 700? Not bad. I have enough money to do that. Yeah, I'll take 5. If I set them in certain little locations, let me get 5 more just in case. Because I mean, I don't know the next time you're going to be here, so might as well buy 5, 10, 15? Yeah, oh, wait, 5, 10, 15, yeah. 1 more set, then we'll be good. Appreciate Leaf. Though you barely show up anytime. I don't know if there's a schedule for when they show up, or if it's just random. Because Celeste, surprisingly, has been showing up quite a bit at night. The stars! Crap! I need to go collect those, because I was playing this last night. I was seeing a bunch of falling stars. Hopefully they're still there on the beach. I mean, they should be. Wait, I don't need any more pumpkins. No. I'm good. Fine. Have a good day, Leaf. And I need to go see... Yeah. I'm trying to put this design down, and I was contemplating what to do. It looks messy. I swear it's gonna get cleaned up in due time. But, stars. Wherever... Excuse me, Velma. Any stars here? We have coconuts. Might be on the other side of the beach then. Both sides of here have nothing. Or I don't have any stars to collect, which would be a little sad. Clamshells, shells, we do. Yeah, okay, hopefully they're on the other side of the beach then. Carrots don't need. I just want to say hi to the person, whoever they are. I'm not gonna play their little game though. Excuse me. Why won't you play? I will tweak down the music just a bit more. I feel like that's not too loud. Okay. That way it's not too chaotic, the sounds, because that music playing, Animal Crossing sounds going on in the background, it could just sound destructive. Oh, it's a dog! Hello! What's your name? Maddie? And you have your little... It's cool. Okay, so you're a Bianca kind of character? Legit fantastic here. Hey. Never seen this dog character, but it's very cute. It's very adorable. It kind of, in a way, looks like my own dog. So, adorable. But, I'm gonna proceed on. We do need to go collect candy. I have the pumpkins to grow as well. We have quite a few ready here, but stars as well we need to go find. My abandoned well that's just there. I mean, I could do something grudge-like. We do need to see if there's any costume stuff in the store. So many things to do, so little time. Read my character, run! I mean, obviously I'm gonna go pick all the fruit later, but I'm not gonna worry about that quite yet. Pardon me, bug. I need to go to the other side of the beach. Hopefully my stars are over there. Because I know I wished on like 4 or 5, so I should have... Oh. I forgot about these. Just pears hanging out underneath. Whoops. Maybe not. Okay. Oh, but then again, I probably didn't save the day I was doing the stars, because that was... have the switch, but I didn't turn off it. Good point. Something. A message in a bottle. Yeah, I guess there's no stars for me then. Well, lesson learned. It was such a good night because I was like, oh, clicking. But then I ended up taking a nap, which just turned into me just going to bed early. Okay, all this. Little Draco, how are you? Okay, go back over here. Hoppity hops. Yep. I just have random bits of like random structures in the water, but to me it's fun hopping around. So we'll go in here first, just in case if there's an expensive outfit. I see a strawberry dress and something racing. Well, look at this. Some dapper clothes. Oh, there's some little horns. Okay, let's go try on some stuff. Go right ahead. Why will I? Bulldog jacket, a little chef outfit. Wait, peasant blouse? Pleasant? Thief costume? Oh, that's cool. A little tuxedo jacket. Mysterious dress. Ooh. Simple visiting. They have some bright colors for these. Do I already have a pink version of this? An orange? I mean, might as well buy them. Elegant hat. Oh, fancy me. That's quite the statement piece. But obviously, impish horns. Green. I want orange ones. That looks cool. Could have a monocle. Fishnet tights. Oh, there's a mustache too. We have to see it. Oh, and it matches my hair. That's perfect. That's beautiful. Ooh. Super bright. Or do... Hey! Do bright. There's so many... Ooh! Cast. Oh, dang. You could have your foot busted. Oh, you could have different colors too. Wow. But obviously, purchase these things first. Honestly, wear it. Look at me. The grand statement of an outfit with my monocle and mustache. I didn't change my shoes though, but I like it. It looks cool. Okay. So go to the shop and see if there's anything Halloween related, because it's just easier to buy it instead of craft it, because all the materials you need. I'm pretty proud of this little corner because I just had one set of orange flowers and it's just flourished into a little corner. Cute. Now, hopefully you have some more spooky related items. Hopefully not the table again, because I already have 2 of them. Ooh, another tree! What's over here? A shelf of, I'm guessing, salt and vinegar and things. A clock? Is this like a cabinet? I'm going to suppose. How much is this going to be? Might as well. We'll buy it. More trees for everywhere. Thank you for all your money. And I do need to buy a piece of candy since now I have, what, 2 or 3 pieces? Thank you. Which sucks that you can't buy even, like, bulk of 5 at minimum. Because only getting 1 piece a day is a little frustrating. But again, I could just time travel and collect everything. I don't know if that works if you go back in time. But again, that's a whole time thing I don't really play around with. Thank you, thank you. Don't really want the game board, and I already have this Mystic set. So we're good on that. Thank you, thank you. We didn't have any stars to find, where, but we did acquire some new items, very fancy items for my clothing. I mean, there is a kimono I could go buy. Should try and figure out what the heck I'm doing here, because I want the lanterns right here. It looks cool. How do I want this front area to look? Because the pieces that I have are kind of funky. No. I'm keep playing. Click that. Go up to the pieces that I have. Okay, so this is pretty much a path, so it doesn't want to be a wide area. So maybe I should have it just straight up, or maybe like make it curve into that area? You know what, let's do it curved where it starts here, wiggle up. That way it's not entirely straightforward and I can put the skull thing around it. Okay, let's put myself on construction mode. That way I can at least make it look nice for the grand entrance. Probably should find at least enough to craft maybe 2 or 3 more trees and some kind of customization that gives me dark gray kind of looking things. I could put rocks up here. That's an idea. My god, I look so spiffy. Nah. I'm going to need, first and foremost, the side piece. Because I want to put it here and here. Or I need to move the lanterns first. That way I can put it all together. Could do it like that. It wouldn't look too messy, right? Let's see how it goes. If I put it that far along. Maybe one more step back. Excuse me, I want my other pieces. Let's see, this side. If I do this, that's gonna have to start to curve, which would be that piece, maybe? Or do I want that to curve it? No, I'm gonna have to move that piece a little bit further if I want it to connect. Do I need to put it here? That doesn't fit. Is there another piece I'm supposed to use there? Use that piece? Ah, there we go. Oh, so it does curve like that. What did I deal with? If I go with a top half piece like this, would it look nice? No. Go with... Wait, which piece does it need to fit to? Go with that piece? No, that doesn't fit. Huh. The conundrum of figuring out which piece actually fits with which side. Maybe that? No, that doesn't fit there. You know what? Scrap this entire place. I don't want it to go that way. I want it to go upwards. Obviously, just clear the path so we can figure out which direction I need to take it to. Upwards, downwards, that turns it, that curves it that way. So this pace? Yes, that looks like the correct piece to turn it upwards, so... I will need this piece here. That doesn't fit quite. Honestly, it might not, it just might be just too small to work with. Or it could be two parts and it comes together, it could weave. And then again, it could just be it looks uneven because I put it here. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow. MFN Dragon. I've been trying to get it ready for spooky season. Obviously, I am struggling with making a grand entrance. I mean, I have another path that looks like black scraggly ground, but I saw this bat thing, kind of looks like it has webs. I'm trying to figure out how a nice way to put it together, but I'm not quite figuring out how to piece it together to make it look nice. No, Muffin. It stands so Muffin Dragon. That's quite the title to put together, but clever. I like it. But MFN or Dragon or Muffin? Okay. Muffin Dragon. The Dragon of Muffins. I like it. No, this actually looks nice if I keep it like this way. Maybe just wipe that side. Oh, no problem. If you want to talk about the lore of your username, that's all good. It's interesting how you've decided to use muffin in the title. Especially, muffins are very specific. They're not quite cupcakes. They're not quite bread. They're dessert, but they're still like supposed to be like a healthy dessert item since they're sweet. I mean, there's obviously like pumpkin muffins. Those are delicious. If I put it... Muffins get to be in a unique kind of brand of themselves. Because there's nothing else quite like a muffin. Because sure, you have bread loaves, you have cookies, there's donuts, graham crackers, granola. Muffins kind of branch between being snack item, full-blown treat, and something you can throw in whatever you want in it. I've seen people use zucchini a lot in muffins. And spooky. I mean, you could have muffins that have a black top to it and like cut it open and it's orange on the inside. That's a clever way to make it spooky. No, I don't want the edge piece to be there. Could have rocks at the beginning. So I can't put it quite on the edge of that. Do I want skulls there? Because, I mean, it would give me more space to work with it. It could be the piece that I need. Oh yeah, freaking A. Halloween is so much fun, just the aesthetic of it. A lot of black, orange, purple, green. Yellow sometimes shows up with Halloween, so especially neon yellow. I mean, because especially with caution tape too, that shows up quite a bit in Halloween themes. But I mean, you get costumes, you get spooky music, you get creepiness, the ominous, but it's still within a safe space still. Eh. But I'm guessing from all the holidays, Halloween's the best out of them all. Because Christmas, stressful. Thanksgiving, stressful. Ramadan, stressful. New Year, stressful. Halloween, you get pretty much, what, 3 to 6 months to enjoy Halloween arriving, and it kind of just stays around. All the other holidays, they kind of quickly end and start. Because as much as people put Christmas stuff up early, Christmas happens for a week and then it's just gone because New Year's takes over. What if we put this piece? Would that look nice? But it doesn't fit right there. Honestly, some of the curves on this path thing do not make it nice. What if we put it up there? No, it doesn't look nice either. I'm just struggling with this pathway and it's just not giving me what I want. That you get the logic? It can be very expensive. Good gosh. The amount of stuff, just lights, trees, snow, all the Christmas cooking, traveling to family. But still, Christmas is fun because for me personally, I really like making a lot of gifts for that holiday. So it feels just a pleasant, like, hey, here's something from the heart. But Christmas, especially like with travel plans, can be expensive. But again, depending on the level of like the, what is it? What's the word I'm looking for? Going all out. You can go all out, or you can just have a nice quiet Christmas with, if you can, a fireplace and having gluggy. That is the best. Just that warm cider that's warm, and smell all the cinnamon, the cardamom, the cranberries. Oh my gosh, the cranberries are the best part of Christmas time. Or we could line it with this. That would actually look nice with that. But how could I make it look clean cut? Or I could just set it with bats to the side. I think I'm figuring out a way to put you together. Now it's the question, will this be even? It won't be even. Don't quite fit. Is there another piece that fits right there? Because I want it to curve, but it's not doing what I want it to do. Nope. Unless I'm just missing a piece from this set. Try that piece instead. Oh, it fits. We have figured out how to make it even. Could... Oh yes, surprise! The ears appear. I mean, for my full Halloween cosplay I'm going to do, it has a witch hat, so hopefully I'm able to see the ears, because that was the whole reason to buy these. But still, they're actually kind of fun to wear every so often. I mean, I did buy these really cool eye contacts to wear as well, but they do make the world a little bit darker to see. But But still, once the whole thing's here, I'm gonna put it all together and it's gonna look freaking awesome. So right now I'm just like wearing different kind of Halloween type outfits. I mean, this is fully black. It kind of looks like maybe a badass cyberpunk rogue kind of outfit. It has a hood with it. If I can even grab it. Wow, I'm struggling for just the hood. Trying to put it on, I can't even put it past the ears. It's looking a little goofy with my hair, but hey, it's something. It'll keep my back of my neck warm. Why do I have that open? Let me continue with this skull path and see how it goes. 'Cause I could do it diagonal pieces? I feel like this is going to work. Maybe not the backs, but the skulls look good. Hey, I mean, it takes time and effort to put together a full outfit, especially if people are putting, what is it, face makeup or any of that cosmetic latex to stick like fake skin or the crazy special effects of like dripping fake blood or making like crazy weapons like from Final Fantasy. It's impressive. Or then if someone says like, oh, they 3D printed all of their accessories, like, damn, commitment. Which is fun because so many different animes and shows have come out, so more and more of this stuff is readily available so people can try it out and see how it looks. Or honestly, maybe I just need to move these rock blobs. Nah, the asymmetricalness will work. I'm gonna keep it like that. Could just make this entire space the skeleton faces. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put down all these skeleton faces instead of that bat thing, because it is not functioning and it's being very uneven. How far do I want to spread it out? So I have this bench here. I mean, I don't know if I should keep the bench, because it's too bright. If it was fully black or a bright red bench, it would work. Nah. Let's go with this. I'll work with it's making the space this, and I'll lead it up to here. So it does mean I need to clean up all the rocks. I don't have anything that's... Oh, I do have music in this corner. Ew, I did actually play music in this corner. I forgot. But that means I'm gonna have to clean up this little tiny corner as well. So what other piece? I can put you here. Does mean I need to move the pumpkin as well. I think we can work with that. It looks nice. So I'll stick that. Yeah, okay. I'm liking what this is transforming into. It might look a little messy, but I could put the fence along here to cut it off. So if I put fencing right here, 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 I can keep the design in this area. Would put the bat path right where the seat is. That would look cool. Let's try that. Because, I mean, it doesn't have to be a big little piece. Let's put the bat right where the seat would be. Or we could put 3 bats in a row. And the flowers. Yeah, we'll move the flowers. They don't have to be there. Which, I don't know. As much as, like, with appreciating people with dressing up, I want to wear some of the wigs I've acquired. But even I know how much my head gets hot and it'll be sweaty and then I'm gonna have to wash my hair again, so... Still debating if there's gonna be a few days where I actually put these elaborate wigs on. So, that's something that may happen or may not. I mean, it definitely will happen on Halloween. What was it, Muffin Dragon? This is literally me anytime I do always having to contemplate. I'm like, how is it gonna be designed? Just struggling out loud to figure out how much I want to do something. But from what I've seen, I appreciate it. I mean, the island has been forgotten, but loved, and then quite a few months where I'll spruce it up, clean some things, put some stuff down. I've definitely been collecting more of these little wiggly bits. I forget what their names are, but going around finding the fossils and kind of just doing little maintenance here and there, especially way late at night. That's the biggest thing. I play this game heavily when it's nighttime, when none of the shops are open, which is kind of inconvenient if I break a shovel, but it's just easier to do because less of the characters are running into you. And even since it would be cool if you could have a mode where you could change it to be full nighttime mode, especially on Halloween. If it was just totally dark out that entire day, it would look cool. But again, I think that's the big thing about the game, where you're trying to just situate things, since you can't design it in the same way as Sims, where you just drop down a menu and start constructing. You have to do it piece by piece, having to think like, does this look nice? Does that look bad? This is actually looking kind of nice here. But if I put the curve, that might get in the way of the pumpkin. Can I move the pumpkin just like an inch? If I move the wigglies, that would help me a bit. So you're gonna go away a second, and the pumpkin table's gonna go 2 inches like that. And then I can stick the wiggles down around the table. Oh wait, they can go on the table. Oh. I did not realize the gyroids, that's what they're called. I keep calling them wigglies, but they're gyroids, right? Scatteroid. Can I put a few more on the table? Can I put one more? No? It's only 3 per table? I mean, if you can stick right in front of the table, that'd be great. Spin. Perfect. You're out of my way, and I can continue designing. I have freaking nose that is starting to try to run on me. I mean, wigglies. They wiggle, most of them. Like, look, the green one right there. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. The front one, that's wiggling. And that green one and off to the side is quite literally doing wiggly dances. But again, they had to have a reason to call them gyroids instead. Is that the piece I need? What if I had 3 bats? That doesn't look fair. Especially then I have to have the side piece. That might make it imbalanced. It's trial and error. But then again, I do want a space between it so it looks nice. So that might actually be what I need. I need curved path this. Okay. That actually looks nice. I keep misjudging myself. I can make some interesting craftable items. But I mean, I'm impressed by everyone who's able to make custom art in this game. I mean, they took the time, pixel by pixel, to put these colors and the little webbings together. That I'm amazed by. Especially this game's been around since the start of COVID time. Do I want? Could I use that piece? But it doesn't fit. Or do I need to move back an inch? No! Unless I want it to swoop. Let's put the bat back. I want 3 bats. 3 bats in a row. The whole... Or we could put... Do I want 3 bats or do I want 6 bats? But then again, I need to realize I have 2 more blocks to work with. I mean, that could fit if I make it this big chunk of imaginary cement. Right? Like, seeing some people on YouTube speed draw some of these custom arts, especially the dresses some of the characters create, is just like wild. The shading and coloring to put it together. Hopefully some of these people have gone on to start their own art business from designing stuff from Animal Crossing, or even just realize that they could make incredible art for something else. I put the top piece. Is it going to actually fit? Yeah, I mean, there is that small bit of the edge that is cut off, but can I work with that? Because then that corner is going to have to come in. Just... Wait. No, I don't want it that small. I want it here. That looks a bit prettier. I need this side piece. This is gonna... Well, no, I can't because there's no other inner piece to use. That's the problem. Why I can't make this big. But I could put more bats in the middle. But is it going to look unbalanced? No, it actually looks even from what I'm seeing. Wait, oh, that's actually an easy answer because I've got Bianca right here. Very fun character. I found her on one of the islands when I took a trip and she came into my town. Though I think at this point she has tried to leave twice. So she's been like, I think I need to travel. I'm like, no, stay. Ooh, well, hopefully Reina is in her building. If she is home. Hopefully she's not wandering. Hey, there you are. Perfect. The #1 villager of my town, Reina. I'm sorry, I haven't talked to you. We're being busy. This character here, I mean, look her. She's got several piercings in her ears. She's got the emo swoop. And she's having just a good time on the beach. Best villager ever for me. And she was the very first character to arrive on my island too. Yeah, like when they're just like out of the blue, something like, hey, I want to leave. Like, why? What did I do to you? But again, the game has certain, what is it, commands that happen in order for the character to even say that. I mean, it is good that they give them the option to leave, because some of the characters who have come into my village have been maybe a little boring, or they didn't provide the aesthetic I was looking for. So I think everyone who is on my island currently, I mean, Monty's about to leave. I didn't really care for this villager. He showed up and he put his house in the way of stuff, so good thing they're leaving. I absolutely love Drago. The little voice they give him is just a cute squeaky toy sound. Bertha, she is very sweet, kind, adorable little hippo. Surprise, I have 2 hippos currently. I didn't even ask for Biff to show up. He's just here to stay. Stu? I do not remember when Stu arrived, but Stu's been here since, I think, last year, because I had Stu here on my island during Halloween. Bianca was the last one. I used to have 2 horse characters. The other one was some kind of villager that wanted to be an actor. He didn't really stay long. Velma, I think Velma replaced my anteater villager. But I think, yeah, pretty much once Monty leaves, that's going to be the villagers I have currently. Egbert. Yeah, some of them just like, hey, they just encroach on your place. You're like, bro, I didn't ask for a villager. I was going to go search for some, but they just plop down and you don't get a say in it. Which is weird, given that our character holds a lot of power. And he's a chicken. Egbert the chicken. Wow, that's really on the nose to be well, at least they didn't name him Clucky or something, but still. Egbert. I'm thinking that's a chicken. Oh, a lazy chicken. Just being like, I'm a chicken just enjoying the sunlight, hanging out. Wait, no, I need... I don't know. Do I want to do the curved pieces? I'm wondering how the curved pieces could look. Because we could make it kind of cut instead of one big square. So I could move that in an inch. Could it? But how is that going to fit exactly? Nah, I'm just gonna stick with the original design. We'll put a bat there. We'll have 6 bats. It'll be fitting. And then I can put the bench back down, and it should look good, hopefully. Fingers crossed with the design I'm going with. Flop you down. Okay, I mean, it looks good. It does. I mean, it would have been nice if the path piece had some other piece that wasn't just a big old bat. But we'll work with it. We'll make it look nice. Where is my bench? Street lamp, spooky tower. I could put the spooky tower behind it. I didn't want to do that. No! Put my bat back, please. Hello, Raina. Are you having a good day? just hanging out, running around, doing her Naruto run. Scoot you. Honestly, it would be nice if there was some way to lock your custom design in. That way you can't accidentally smear it on purpose. Do I want... Well... Reina, I mean, I know you're enjoying yourself, but I want to scoot the table back a moment. Okay, I'll wait for you to finish. So we have the pumpkin. Pardon me, I don't mean to interrupt you. Now, scoot it that way. If I get another set of pumpkins, this would look really good. But what do I need to make another one of these towers? Right? But again, I don't know if they're ever going to make more updates for the game, because kind of Animal Crossing has passed through that new game craze. So it might have some updates where they fix some of these custom little art things, but I'm gonna hold my breath on that. Then again, if you do have a modded Switch, that might be something you're able to do, but modding your Switch can have repercussions. Let me go see if I can make another one of those pumpkin towers. Because I should have some pumpkins in my inventory already. See, the effort you have to go through just for that much quality of life, it's frustrating. It can't be just simple. But again, it's gotta be through these little steps and processes. Why do I have this fossil up? I guess I just have a random fossil in my house. I was doing something last time. Reina, I'm busy right now. I'm glad you're here, but I'm doing stuff. Reina, I get it, you want to hang out, but I'm trying to make some pumpkins. Oh, I need to put the candy away before I forget. What was this? Oh yeah, I got a rugby outfit. I'm not gonna wear it. I mean, I had it set for Christmas for a long time, but I was like, you know what? Reina, you just got here. Fine, if you're so ready to leave already. But thank you, my house is pretty rad. And I mean, the living room is only place that actually has enough room to set everything up. I mean, I could have put the spooky carriage in this corner, but it seemed fitting to put some of the decorations outside. But still, I get to put my little cakes out here, have the little corner. Oh yeah, I should turn this on. Spooky. I mean, I have the skeleton, even though it's just for anatomy. It looks cool. But then go from here and everywhere else is kind of looking a little dry. Which I don't even remember. I think this, yeah, look at it. Just your standard bathroom. None of the crazy colors. And it's way too bright in that room. Right, pumpkins. We were trying to go to my storage to see what we have. Why do I have duplicates? Oh no! That needs to go and be sold. I don't need 2 sets of those. I have 2 sets of that. Do not need that. Way too many clothes I have bought, but I have yet to use them. Oh, I have a flashy kimono and a fancy kimono. That's the ones I've bought. So I do already have a simple visiting one. Now, where's all the pumpkins? Because I'm going to need specifically the orange ones if we're going to build stuff. Wait, the skeleton does something? I need to go click on it. I wish it kept its arms up or it would wiggle. That's cool. Be like, woo. Or if you could make it interact like the gyroids. Oh, we could blow up the candle. Can't mess with the candy though. Meh. Would I mess with the crystal ball? No, it just blows out the candles. Worth a try. Oh, I'm getting lost in my room. Can I turn on that? Here, turn around. Can I do anything with your little helmet? Oh, it doesn't do anything. Yeah. But it's still cool that you can go up to it and you just click it. Woo, 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 woo. Okay, now to the crafting table. That way we can get that spooky tower. Because if anything, we at least have a cool little sitting area for the front. So we're gonna go here. And hopefully I will be able to craft some stuff with the pumpkins I have available. Oh, we have a little standees. Golden dishes. Wow. I'm definitely not doing that anytime soon. Wall mounts. That. Seasonal. Oh, it doesn't have one for that. Unless I haven't not learned the recipe for it. Could design a few of those. We'll need clumps of weeds to make it. It's customizable, so I could change the colors. Let's see what happens if we design that. No, I don't want to mess with the room. I just need my storage. Let's see. Flowers, carrots. Do I not have bags of weeds in my... Oh, I do. Perfect. Clumps. Take you out. Oh, I have random bricks. I guess we just have bricks randomly. I have all the mushrooms, but I've yet to make anything with them. Okay, I'll take you out. Oh no, my pockets are full. Oh, I have a recipe to learn for food. Ooh, what a lovely little card. I had a dream that was eating something delicious. So as soon as I woke up, I wrote down the recipe. I wanted to get my idea out into the world, so I put it in a bottle. Cherry pie! Ooh! When was the last time I ate cherries, or even a cherry pie? All right! During a Thanksgiving celebration, we did have cherry pie by accident, because we thought it was something else, but it turned out to be cherry. I mean, cherry's good, but rhubarb is even better, especially if you have as a stew. Yum! Now I can make cherry pie. Oh, there's that song. Right. Go and make the stuff before I forget, because I will get derailed and start listening to music. Hopefully it has a good customized color. That's what I'm hoping for. Because it's just feeling too much like Pumpkin Patch with the colors it has right now. Come on, let me craft. I want to see the color options for this. For the spooky lantern. Shades of orange, shades of yellow, shades of green. Oh, it has a different expression. I like that. I like monochrome. Oh, but I don't need the paint set. I need white pumpkins? Interesting. I did not realize that was going to require me to get colored pumpkins. I don't even know if I have white pumpkins in my inventory. Oh, yes, perfect. We do have some. But still, my pockets. So, I need to put away something. I'm not using the fence, so we can put that away. Put the customization kits away, because I thought I was going to use them. Vertical fence boarding. Don't remember what color those are, so I'm just gonna put them away. Da, 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 da. Okay, now I should be able to collect. Nope. Keep forgetting which button's which. Okay, now I can take the pumpkins. And then we can have some interesting monochrome. Which, I mean, it basically looked gray from what I'm assuming the color's supposed to be. Yes, it was this one. Like, I lost a second. If I customize it... So it takes 2, so I can't really make too many of them. Do I want to make 2 sets to make it even? Yeah, let's do 2. That way I can make them side by side. So I just need to make 1 more set. Make the little clumps. Crafty craft. Hurry, hurry! We must construct faster! And we're all done. And all we need to do is pop that in and make it look a little gray with its funny face. I mean, it would be nice if I could make the expression with the orange one. That's one thing. But, we'll work with what we have. So it should be this one. And take you and craft you that. Perfect, yeah. Splatter the paint. Blah, blah, blah. And I'm done. Don't need all the pumpkins, so I can just put those away for now. Wait, no, I don't want to drop them. There. Shoulder itchy. Scoot you away. Put you away. I don't need... Don't put you away. Clicking buttons telling you to do something. You're like, I don't want to listen. Oh, right. I was like, why do I have flowers? Right. I picked them already. And I have pumpkins I still need to plant. Ah. Let me go over here. Come on, leave the room. Yeah. My blueberries, which have now turned into blueberry stew. Hey, no worry. You gotta do errands, you gotta do adulting. Oh, thank you for the little cute little raining love emote. That's adorable. Would appreciate you popping in, seeing what I'm constructing. But have a good day. Obviously, we've made some progress, so it's been a good, productive day so far. Now, I'm gonna move this. Because if anything, I could put this at the front of the entrance. Hi! Thanks for the follow, Malcolm. Malcolm plays games. simple but effective name. How you been? Because, I mean, come on. I just want you to move forward. Really, we've been trying to design this front area. It looks messy, but we've really made some progress here. Hello. And even we got our little bat thing for our seating area. And hopefully the little spooky lantern set I have actually looks good here. No, I don't want you sideways. I want you to face frontwards. That's the whole reason I got you. Nope, nope. I need you to turn. Come on now. You just turn. No, turn the other way. Thank you. It's gray and black. Maybe scoot it back an inch. Because, I mean, you can still sit in the bench. It should work. I'm gonna trust that this design is looking a-okay. If I place it here... No, I need you to turn. Okay, let me go around. See if I can get them to at least match up. No, it needs to go back an inch, and I should be able to push it over. Oh, the pumpkin's in the way. Yeah. Come on. Turn, turn, turn. Sorry, Stu. I'm in your way, but I'm designing. It looks cool. I like it. Maybe because it's so bright out, it's looking a little odd in this setting. But still, it's a work of art for what we're progressing towards. So now to continue with the messy skull path that we're trying to make, but progressing slow but steady. I need some of the Gimungo skull heads. So I need this one. Or is that what I have over here already? No, that should be a different piece. Maybe? Yeah, it's looking okay. Yeah, I'm gonna think I need some other shapes. I'm feeling like there's too many similar sizes. Yeah, that should be... Okay, that's blending it. Oh no, but you... 2 in a row, I can't do that. Let me fix you and put this piece instead. Yep, that looks good. But then I need to figure out the fence idea that I'm trying to do. Or we could put cliffs and just make it straightforward. That actually may be the solution I am looking for. Let's actually do that. Make some cliffs. They should fit here, right? This is perfect. This will fix the unevenness that was flipping me out earlier. Okay, so turn. No, come on. I just need you to fill this in. Beautiful. And then you can fill in this corner, right? What? Then I'm gonna have that corner I need to fill in as well. Maybe. Oh, I should leave a gap here. That will make it nice looking. That way you can sneak in there. Okay. Alright, that actually... I'm amazed how long this is taking me to realize I could just build walls around. Because, I mean, do I want to make fences? Because I could put stuff up here. I could put a spooky tower. Can it just be stuck up there? Would it? Oh, so I have to go up. Then I can place the street lantern. I mean, I don't know if it's gonna look nice up there. It's a possibility it could look good. Or I could put the tower, the tree here. Oh, there's not enough room because apparently I'm right there. Oh, boo-hoo. Unless I need 2 spots to put it. Nah. Let's go with the fence idea. The fence felt a little bit more open. This cliff stuff is going to make it feel a little trapped and stuffy. It was a good thought, me, to try and build this cliff, but nah. The cliffs, because I'm still clinging on to these 2 top pieces because I did build that a while ago. And really, I don't want to go up there and pick all the flowers, so I'm gonna leave that alone for now. I do have to construct more fence pieces, though, but that should be just what I need, because I could put them alternating purple and black. That would look nice. I should have enough to construct it. Do I want to leave this as a blob? I could just make it a weird circle blob. So if I leave it like that... Or we have the fence on top of it. Let's go make the fence. I'm sure it will look nice because we're gonna do these vertical ones. I should have enough constructible pieces. I have enough paint to make it. Because I think I have 6 pieces left from my last time of building. I think it was, because I think I have a bunch of tiny fence pieces as well. I can't remember what's in my inventory quite yet. Do-do-do-do. You little chippy. No, I don't want to construct. Let's see. Fencing. So I did... Okay, so we have 6 of the black pieces. That should be enough for one side. So move those to my pockets. I mean, I could color this. Because, I mean, I already have it. So let's put it in my pockets. I don't think I want to mess with the bricks. Because I want my area to still feel open and not, like, narrow. So I'll leave that for later. I do need softwood, I believe. Hopefully I have some. Or is it just plain wood I need? I'm just gonna put them both in my inventory. Why am I choking now? Yes, I will craft something when I stop dying. Okay. Fence. Yes, craftable. We need 30 of them. Yeah. Alright, build it faster. We make them 10 by 10, right? I forget. How many did I make in one set? 10 sets. So that should be actually enough, so I just need to customize it. The 10 pieces will make purple, that way we can alternate it. Design the purple, bam. So I already have black pieces, perfect. Huzzah! Now we're ready to go. I'm done for now. And that means we'll actually be finished with making the front area finally. Which we're actually making progress. Huzzah! Because I guess maybe doing the construction on my own felt daunting, but kind of just going day by day, seeing what I've done from past streams helps, because I'm like, hey, I've made progress here and there. It's baby steps. So I'm gonna stick a few of these pieces, and we'll just go purple, black, purple, black. No, can you turn? Forget the camera is not the most forgiving for some of the angles. Okay, you're here, so move you to the next spot. And... maybe I should put the skulls down, because that's just such a big gap between the spaces. I don't like how much space that's leaving. No, I don't want to make cliffs. No, 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 no. Or we could put rocks. Or we could just put a bunch of spell circles. Or we could put a spell circle right in the middle. But I can't put it in the middle because it's freaking the boxes. It's still uneven. Brr. We could put them alternating spaces. Maybe? Let's see about that. This is an idea. I'm liking it. It's a little messy, but it does help spread it around more. If I have it like this, where would the next one go? Because this is this. So the next one would have to go up here in this corner. So then the next one will stick in this corner. So in this corner. And the last piece will be that. And I'm feeling like I missed a spot here. Let me put the rest of the skulls. Then I will see where I'm missing. Something's not lining up with the design. So stick you. Put you down. Put this piece. And stick you up in that corner. What is over here? You have a space, you have a space. So I need these small skull heads to go here? Maybe? No, that's 2 in a row. Nah, 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 nah. Need to spread it apart. Put you down. It's doable. We're gonna work with that. Come on, turn the camera. I can't see around corners magically. Maybe it's because I still have this space here, but I need to find a circle piece that's Halloween. That I need to look. That's the one thing I'm missing. Halloween, Animal Crossing. What do you call that circle? Centerpiece? Maybe that's what I'm looking for. Centerpiece. Hopefully the internet will provide something that we can use. Okay. Oh wait, maybe I need to pick QR. I'll limit. Okay, that's a gingham. That's pumpkin heads. Skull Path design. A Hocus Pocus book. Ooh, that's a really nice cobblestone design. A candy bowl. Bats. Whoa, some people made some really cool Akatsuki clothes. Ooh. But no, that's not what I'm looking for. That might be it. This might be what I need. I'm seeing something promising. We need to go to the store. Oh, hello! Haven't played in over a year. I mean, this game's kind of easy to just drop it off and just be like, hey, let me pop in and see what's going on. Because, I mean, sure, there's like the summer festivals, the spring stuff with the Easter, but it kind of is a fun game that you can just wander back into. Your villagers will be like, oh, hey, I haven't seen you. And it's just like, yeah, I didn't play the game for a bit. And even just like doing a random cleanup. Wait, I don't need to go in the changing room. But welcome in Air Wreckage. That's quite the title. But have you been doing any crafting or just like catching bugs? Catching sharks maybe? Now this hood's making me look like it's dragging. Ow, don't pull my hair. You can stay back there for now. But I need to go to the codes because I think I found the perfect centerpiece to put on everything. Yes, access the kiosk. Beep, 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 beep. Hurry! I want to get this awesome design. I have to save because there's the risk of everything crashing. Okay, creative design. Yes. Let's see, the number that I need. Where's the number? I've lost the code. There it is. 3668. Wait, no, wrong. 8 4 9 1 5 3 3 5 2. Hopefully this design is still in your inventory. Ooh, you have some nice roof tiles too. Oh, that's beautiful. You have the straw hat design. I love it. I love it. And very cute. You have a very cute Christmas road design as well. Ooh. Wow, and you have a menorah, Star of David? Wow. But I am here for your Halloween bits. There you are. Look at that. Pastel bricks. Pretty cute. Now, which one do I want to use? Poison, a cat, a skull, spooky ghost. I mean, obviously, I've got to go with a pumpkin. The pumpkin is perfection. Definitely save that. Do I want to keep all those designs? I mean, I have plenty of space. I don't know how big it's going to be. I mean, from the picture I see online, it looks like it's big enough to be its own centerpiece. The bat works too. Hopefully it doesn't get cropped out the wings. I mean, from what I see, it looks like it doesn't get cut, so we'll be good with that. Ooh, you have oh my god, there's pink tiles and pink wood. Ooh, that's so cute. But that's not the design I'm going for. Candy corn, skull, poison, ghost. Skull. Okay, I don't know which one else to pick. I don't want to click them all. Yeah, you have pro designs too. A boba van design. Cute. Ooh, you have some Halloween costumes. A pumpkin dress. Spider dress. Ooh. Bat dress. Let's try the bat dress. That looks adorable. A balloon hem dress. Yeah, save it. Why not? Give myself another design to wear. I have plenty of space. Perfect. New things to try. What does this one look like? It has a bow, but I would prefer the bow to be on the front. Some other things. Rainbow hat, rainbow shirt. Cute, but that is not our objective. Yes, we are all done. Hopefully I've found my centerpiece that I need to complete this, for some reason, complex walkway that shouldn't be complex. Should try on that new dress, though. What about my costume designs? I don't even remember any of this other stuff I've picked. So let's see how it looks, this bat dress. Oh, this bat dress. This looks awesome, but I have some funny looking shoes wearing right now. I'm gonna go home and change that. Then we'll be in a full costume array. Though I don't think I have any black shoes that go with this. Because right now I'm looking like a kid after gym class rushing to go to my little costume party. Because you can see the neon tights underneath this. Looking a little goofy. Nom 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 nom. I need my storage. Clothes. Vivid. Could do the basic pumps. Could do the purple ballet slippers. The loafers. Let's go with the loafers for now. Or we could do the boots. Let's go with the boots. Nah, the boots I think will fit better. Do I want to have no-show socks? Simple accent? Vivid? Let's go with vivid tights. Oh, my pockets are full. Why are you pushing me, Briley? Bro, why are you pushing me? So rude. My dog just pushed me out of the way so she can go in her cavern. The disrespect. And you grumble. Okay, let's try the boots. Okay, I'm liking it with the boots. No, I'm not liking it with the boots. The little shoeies. Yeah, the little shoes work, but where? Okay, so I need to put you away. Put in storage. Put the stews in the way, and put that away. Oh, right, I was like, why do I have so much stuff in my pockets? I keep forgetting I need to actually put them away and they don't just magically disappear. Right. You know, I don't want to place it, I want to hold it. I forgot I have this excellent bat umbrella to use too. Hopefully, it actually will show it. Because it should be in my little storage of items. Perfect. I look ready for the day. Which actually, this is perfect time. Take a picture of that. Okay, now we're gonna go try that centerpiece. Hopefully it looks like I'm expecting it to. I mean, it might not fill in the entire space that I'm using. Yeah, start it up. Do-do-do. Beep, 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 beep. Remember to wear a helmet. You took my little imp horns away. Which should be over here in my designs. And we will slap this pumpkin down. It's not quite a big piece, but could just slap 4 of them down. Or alternate that and that. That's an idea. Or it could have just set and got the ghost as well. Nah, I like this. It's a really clean design. It looks good. I'm just doubting myself, even though it's my own design. It can be a little messy. It's still spooky in its own sort of way. So I need these skills, that way I can finally finish this. Could just set it like that for the edges because it's a nice sharp edge. But then the whole thing of I have these spell circles as well. It's gonna feel uneven. Yeah, we'll slap one of those in there. That way it doesn't feel so unbalanced. So if I have one here, put it here. Okay, yeah, that works. Or do I need to keep the spell circles, or I could just put a bunch of these pumpkins, or we could go back and get that skull. I mean, it would fit. Now, let's go with this design. If I want to change it, I can come back at another date. I have still... What? We have... What is it now? We have 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks till Halloween. I mean, technically we have 2.5 weeks because this week's not over yet and Halloween falls on a Monday. Yeah, perfect. We're gonna go with that. So now on to the fence building. Which, I mean, it should look nice. I mean, it does stick there, but I mean, it looks good. No, I want it to be space by space. So remove you, and we're gonna put the black piece down. So if I put purple here, I'm gonna put purple on this side and that piece. Convenient. The purple lands on both the spell circles, but that's just the coincidence. You know, I don't need design, I need the fence. Which will be these pieces for the black one. Plop you in. Okay, look at this. After all the nitpicking, time after time, we have done it. We have finally put the final pieces together to our main entrance. It looks cool. It looks something like I designed. Definitely shout out to all the creators who have done their damnedest to create these pixel art pieces for the custom. I love these pieces. They're very cute. Because, I mean, they're vivid. They're bright. And I still get to keep my weird little cliff structures here. I do need to throw that skull radio back in this corner. Perfect. Beautiful. It is all set. Now it's the question of... I need to change the flowers up here. So I guess that will be my next project to do. So let me scoot this. Hold that. Anything? I really wish I figured out the time to develop the flowers on time, because now they're all going to be too brightly colored. I mean, I could get a bunch of pumpkins and put them up here. That's it. I put the pumpkins up here. I have a bunch of them ready to put. I have made a solution for myself. Okay, let's just put that. Okay, turn. Take you. Okay, turn. Move the shrubbery away. No. Come on, turn around. No, I wanted you just to turn. Pick it up. And we're just gonna start planting some of these pumpkin starters. Excellent. And we're just gonna have a bunch of pumpkins up here. I like it. I like the design. I'm working out. But you're literally right in front of it. Just dig it. No, I don't want you to take the pumpkin. Put it back. Put the effort to put you in. I just want to move the flower. Okay, take the flower. Thank you. Well, first I wipe you because I don't think I'll be able to go forward if you're in my way. Perfect. I mean, should I leave a corner for the pumpkin bits? I'll leave the corners open, just in case. But I'll put the pumpkin down. This corner... Shouldn't you be able to jump? No? No, turn. Just turn around. I don't want you to walk forward. Good. Put pumpkin there, pumpkin there. Oh, I can walk with them. Good. I was thinking I was going to be trapped a moment. And I need to remove this flower and everything will be complete as according to this design. I will swap it with a pumpkin. Is that? Why? Can't you just dump the flower somewhere? I don't need it. Here, how about I just eat these 3 pears? That way I get them out of my way. I just need to be worrying about the rocks that could be absolutely destroyed. Yes, eat you. Delicious pear. Crispy, bright flavored. No, stop trying to dump my stuff. Eat it. When was the last time I had a pear? I mean, I've had a pear this summer that I'm aware of. But I had more blueberries, if anything else. But I mean, I like blueberries the best. Small pumpkin sprout. And one more? No, I don't want you to move. I want you to be planted. Excellent. Which... I don't have a watering can, so I do need to do that to make sure they're grown by the time. I mean, they should be grown by the time it's Halloween. Yeah, that's enough time. And then just do it. Oh, hello. You're all pushy and then you wake up. Okay. So just pick the rest of these flowers and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I have 7 still, so I have just enough. What even is playing? I haven't even checked what music. Oh, did I pause? Oh, did the music finish? Oh, surprise! I already finished through it all. What other songs does Glitch City have? Let's see. I'm gonna pick something else to listen to, because apparently we finished everything. If this... we'll just play it again. I like the music, it works. Let's go with it one more time. Again, my pockets are too full, oh no. Well, I don't need this open anymore. Goodbye, screen. Can I put my pumpkins down? But there's 2 spaces. Okay, fine, you won't do it automatically. It'd be convenient if it did it that way. Here, so we'll put the pumpkin down first. Do 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 do. Swabby, turny. I can't scoop from that side. Yes, this time you should be able to swap it since it's a single plant. But there is room. What are you saying? There is room. You're having conniption on space or something? Okay, I guess I need to go sell some flowers because it doesn't understand that I have a space to put a pumpkin down? Okay. Hurry to the store to sell more. Enter. Welcome, welcome. I just need to sell a bunch of flowers because they're just in my way. Little Tommy with your cute little face. Sell you, sell you, sell you, sell you, you. I don't need the retro. That can be sold. This. And that should be everything. Perfect. Now I'll actually have space in my pockets once more. Wow. That only for 1,000, not even 2,000. I guess they're not very valuable. Yeah. Ooh. The Sonic move song. It sounds so dramatic with my little character running. Okay, let me actually finish my objective here. I mean, at least I was hoping to clean up this front area so it would be done. I mean, I have all that custom path stuff on the sides of the, you know, all the rocks that I have. I still need to put something down over there. Not sure what I'm gonna put. And little Buffy babies outside. Let's see. Shove you. Oh my goodness, Buffy babies outside. Okay, turn. Scoop you. No. I didn't want you to close. I still need to put the pumpkin down, silly. Thank you. Okay, turn, scoop. Burr, burr, burr. Put my pumpkins. Yay, I actually have 10,000 bells. I have some money left over. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Plant you. And I think since I was failing at Call of the Lamb earlier, I'm just gonna condense that to like a short reel or something for YouTube. That way when I finally beat the boss, it'll be short, sweet, and simple. Because I still need to figure out how to make another big video. Because apparently a few of mine have come more viral. But I don't exactly know how I did it. But I mean, it might be just the fact that I played an off-brand game. Or even just the song I use. Who knows? We'll figure it out in good time. And yeah, I think that is it for my area. So let's bask in the glory of this finished piece. I love it. It looks funny, it looks spooky, and especially at nighttime, it'll look even better. Do I want to put... I could put trees on the other side. That's a thought. Let's see how that would look, actually. Place the spooky tree. There is space. You're acting like I'm suddenly trying to shove something in a small corner. Come on. Place. There is space. Stop acting like there's not this giant area to plop that down. Put you here. And turn the tree, because I need Let's put it this way. Because if I can get another tree right here, that would be excellent. Now, run around the corner. Could just put the street lights down. Where do I want to put those street lanterns then? Could put them right here. That would be a good spot for them. I mean, it is a seating area. Can I scoot you back an inch? Because you're off the line just a smidge. Okay, turn and push you. Okay, I can still fit into the corner. Perfect. Okay, I can still get into this corner. I like it. I like how I've done this. I mean, obviously, it does take away some of the seating area of the bench, and only one person can sit here now, but it's picturesque. Yeah, I like it. All right. So set you onto here. I have my little gyroids or wigglies here. I'll have the pumpkins growing, beautiful little centerpieces. Now's the question, what else can I put? Well, I mean, since I don't have any clear ideas, maybe just pop into a dream world and see some inspiration. So let me close out those tabs, and I'm just going to switch over the music to something a little bit more quiet. That was some high-paced music. So let's go take a nap in the other room so we can see. Oh yeah, I do need a dream code. Halloween dream code. Hopefully these are not out of date, because some of these places could be. So this is from 2020. Screen 2020. Then again, some of these islands might be just here to stay. Ooh. Creepy island. Let's try this one. Hopefully it's still here, but we'll find out in a moment. Get some sleep? Yeah, I want to sleep. Fine, I'll close the island thing first. It's weird that it doesn't automatically do that for me. Yes, I'm done building. Commencing wrap up. Beep, beep, bap, bap. Now we're in full attire and ready to explore into whatever we're going to find. Hopefully some spooky places. But again, some of these dream codes might be outdated, but it's trial and error when we find a place. Wow, why is my nose itchy? Stop. These headphones. These headphones don't really want to sit when I have the ears on. You're pulling my hair. You're pulling my hair. Ow, don't pull my baby hairs. Teeming with beautiful dreams. I would like to dream. Connect, connect. I'm gonna search it by this dream address. Let's see, it is... No. Ah, just go to the 2. What the heck? Just... Why do you make this complicated? Okay, go to 2. Go to 3. 6. 6. No, not 4. 6, 8, 5, 9. And it's apparently called Goo Lagoon. Yeah, Goo Lagoon. Yep. Let's find out if it's creepy still. Connecting to the internet or the dreamverse. Emerge within the dream of Goo Lagoon. And I'll pause the music because, again, if it's a creepy island, there might be sounds or music they've put in. Ooh, and it's raining. Don't know if that's intentional, but gives another atmospheric thing. I hear creepy music in the background. Oh, did you have it set up to New Year's? You have a lot of record players everywhere. I mean, it's not the creepy island I was expecting, but hey, you still put a lot of time and effort to make this, I guess, quite literally a Goo Lagoon, because now it's looking like Mario Karts. Okay, well, we're gonna try another place then. We're looking for that inspiration for creepiness. Let's see. Who else has a good island that may still have creepiness to it? That was a video. That was not what I wanted. Cobblestone. Hogsmeade. I mean, if I could get cemeteries, that would be a good little area to set up as well. I mean, I should be able to design that if I have the craftables. But first, let's wake back up. That way I can make a save, because I've realized I've not done that in a bit. Sleep, deep rest, and then arise to destruction. Should probably actually finish these berries. It's just soup now. Wakey wakey. We're pretty productive. I mean, for what I was anticipating to actually fix and clean up on my island, we made actually headway on a lot of the construction. Clearly, I like the fence. I found a nice new centerpiece to use. Maybe I just need to put more pumpkins everywhere. That may be what I need to make it feel spooky. Or just look at more of the Pinterest page, because there's a lot of QR codes there. Or the Reddit page. There is a good Reddit page for Animal Crossing still. other than that, we can. That would be a good thing to do, besides trying out Animal Crossing. So we've made our save. I can close it. I mean, at some point we are going to come back to Rune Factory, because it was a weird thing that a lot of people notice that they kind of moved away from Rune Factory, even though there's a lot to do, but it was easy to get pulled away from the story because it kind of still felt disconnected compared to Rune Factory 4. But again, they're two different games. They are creating another one, so fingers crossed that they'll have more things come up. Hey! Hi, how are you, semantically satiated? How are you doing? It's been a while, and happy spooky month to you. I definitely want to stream more Tokimeki because since there's more characters available, and just, I really freaking love the game still. So I'm gonna put this to sleep. And we'll pull that out. Yes, Spoofsmiths. Where is this? I need to plug you in. Let's see. Let me make Spotify quiet. And I can be on this screen, right? Well, no, I should probably go to the other screen. Yeah! This makes my life a little bit easier being on this one. Because we're going to pull up Lake of Voices, but unlike last time when we were playing this, I'm not going to progress through the game. I'm going to go back and try some of the other options at the first day. Me? Are you doing any more of that? The card game. Crap, what is it called? I swear. Ooh! You made it. Oh no! You were making an animated Halloween emote. That's annoying that it doesn't just fix the size, knowing that it should just be able to auto-adjust that for you. But good gosh. Is it going to be challenging resizing it? I mean, hopefully not. So I do need to take this off Animal Crossing. Lake of Voices. Oh. Well, shave a few pixels. Magic the Gathering. Thank you. Thank you. I was like, what is it in my brain I'm trying to say? Because before you were talking about that very impressive card stack that you were working with. Which, I do wonder in Magic the Gathering, do they do seasonal kinds of cards? I mean, it would kind of make sense because, I mean, Pokemon has seasonal kind of Pokemon they have out there. Ooh, okay, so there is a Halloween deck, okay. And it comes on Tuesday. Hey, congrats to that. Is it like a significant stack of playing powerful cards to use? Oh, right, I didn't even put the game on the screen. My bad. You can just hear it in the background, but you can't see it. Now, where are you, game? Oh, right, because something's in the way. Oh! Now, for Lake of Voices, obviously, we're not going to proceed past where I've already shown. We're just going to see what else can be done differently with day one. Because so far I've picked pretty much the worst options in the game, and I'm just gonna see what happens in the end. What got starred? Yeah. Doesn't even tell me what it started out, huh? It's commanded by this called the Reaper King? Ooh, but it's a scarecrow. Okay. That's thrilling. Oh, right. I would have to give you permission first. Which, how exactly do I do that on here? Because there's a way that I know that it allows links to be accepted for a bit. I just remember I clicked on it once, but I've yet to remember how to give that permission back. Moderation settings? Slow mode? Yeah, I do not remember the way... Yeah, no problem. You can send it through the direct messages. Because at some point I'll remember what it is, the command to give you a certain amount of time to send any link. Buffy babies, what's happening out there? Alright, this is a good moment. I actually should drink my water. Screamy babies outside. Do wonder. Oh wow! So Peachy Sounding is still subathoning. Oh goodness, for 5 days already. Yeah, I still don't know what the heck what I did last time to make that management change, but oh well, it is what it is. Ooh! Wait, you're going to a Halloween show at the end of the month? Is it a Magic the Gathering Halloween show, or just like a spooky fest in general? Because there's like fall festivals going on here. I think there's a zombie ball occurring. It could be wrong. It could be changed. I know there's a quiet rave happening as well. But let me... I don't need to load it, right? I should be able to load right from this.
We shouldn't waste more time. Let's shove off.
Shove off? Yes, right. This is after we made the first choice that changed from the first bad ending to progressing the game. Woolly worm. Woolly worm. That's quite the title. Woolly Worm Festival. You leave on vacation? Oh, tonight? Well, you better get ready. That way you're fully prepared for the adventures. Oh, it's gonna be a cute fall weekend. Lucky. That sounds hell exciting. Yes. Specifically, the orange and black fuzzy caterpillars. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Good point. There is fuzzy caterpillars. I just haven't seen them in a long time, but I forgot. Yeah. They're... Oh, they are woolly worms. Oh, I see. Makes sense. They have 13 stripes. Spooky. They're black and orange. They're orange and black. They're woolly, fuzzy, and have 13 stripes. They have caterpillar races? The winning worm predicts the weather! Okay. That for the winter, I mean. Oh, that they predict the weather for winter time? I mean, that sounds really interesting. Congrats to being able to go. Definitely, after you go, tell us about it. Because having a woolly worm, Woolly Worm Festival happening in North Carolina. Okay. In fall time. Huh. What a world we live in. It sounds just like some kind of interesting bug symposium. That's what I'm thinking. Which, I mean, think about all the different designs, all the colors, just being able to see them up close in person, and they're just gonna be wiggling about and doing their own business. Yes, it is from GB Patch, which the visual novel little game company. They've made A Foretold Tale, and what was it? GB Patch made EXO, I think, as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. GB Patch made XOXO Droplets, A Foretold Tale, and they made a scary version to XOXO Droplets with a yandere version to the game. But pretty much, Lake of Voices is their free visual novel horror game, which apparently you're able to romance or pursue multiple different characters in this game. Which, I do keep screwing up this person's name. Belmele, I believe that's what their name's supposed to be. Hopefully they say their name again so I can correct myself if I'm saying it wrong. And even, they give this character quite the dashing voice, so it's kind of hard not to like him. Oh yes, and you'll get to see the guide as well, because apparently the guide is someone else you're able to pursue as well.
We should do what we can to protect her. It's our fault she's being put in even further danger.
And this, Kikia, is the main character. But very cool, Kikia has the full title name of Kikia the Steadfast. Apparently we're some kind of soldier or mercenary, kind of just, what is it? A traveling knight in a way? They haven't fully explained like what our job profession is, besides that we're protecting people far and wide.
Exactly my thoughts. We will take care of everything. Maybe I'm being naive, but I have no intentions of letting anyone fall victim to this lake tonight. Those monsters can starve.
In another life, sadly, Belme, you've let some people die. But they don't need to know this in this playthrough. Excuse me, I clicked on options, which actually would do that. Let me put the voices a little bit higher, because last time I streamed, I realized the voices were too quiet in comparison to everything else. We'll make it through it. Okay, can we get to seeing the guide? Okay, I guess they're not going to talk, but big thing about this game that I've discovered, there is somehow a labyrinth of bridges that appear above this cursed lake. And this is the only way to travel this giant lake, which apparently takes either 2 or 3 days to even travel directly across. The creepy thing is, these bridges, they arise from beneath the water, which are not even man-made. They're something this Nixie demon monster thing has created, and you can't be standing on these bridges when it's daytime because they will still sink back down. We fall into line with the guide. Margaret is another character we can pursue as well. So already, the game has presented me 3 characters to either protect, bond with. I don't know if we're romancing them in any capacity. The fog is thick and night is impenetrable, consuming the light as if hungry for it. Above the surface of the lake, it's deathly quiet. Oops. Did not mean to kick that. And apparently the water here is thicker than other water in anything else in this world. See, I've heard rumors that the water of Sinnlos is heavier, more difficult to disturb than natural water, that just the weight of its oppressive cling is enough to keep somebody down, even without them being the monsters that lurk beneath the surface. Something even darker than the abyss of the lake flickers just below the surface, or at least I think it does. I turned my gaze back to Margaret's back. It's better to stay focused.
Fall back a bit. You're following me too closely.
Here is the next character, the guide. For some reason, this character is able to travel across these bridges day after day and has not been killed by the monsters. Kind of eerie, kind of creepy. Still, it leaves a mystery, because for one, it's an interesting character who is very expressionless, emotionless, and there's a lot of mystery to the character. And even they don't have a personal name to them. They're just called the guide. He's looking over his shoulder, addressing Margaret.
I'm sorry.
And here is the 4th character in this game so far, Margaret. So far that I've seen, Margaret is maybe a bit hime, maybe a bit haughty and looking high upon herself. But again, we don't have a lot of context to why Margaret is so demanding and thinks her presence is all-powerful. She is cute, though. She has a very pretty voice. But first impressions, right before we loaded in, Margaret was being a little stuffy. Because she was like, I was here before you, so scoot along. But last playthrough, we did let Margaret die, so this time it'll be nice to redeem ourselves in that accidental death.
If someone gets pulled into the lake, they'll instinctively reach for anything to hold on to. Do not let that be you.
Yeah, that's another thing. The guide he's not intending to be cold-blooded. He's just stating the fact of, if you stick too close together, you may all get pulled in by the Nixie. Margaret's shoulders rise and she nods with great seriousness.
I understand. Thank you for the advice.
He ignores her gratitude.
You can speak amongst yourselves if you so choose, as long as you pay attention to where you're going. There is no worth in listening to the sounds out there.
So basically he's like, don't trust what you hear, even though it's really dangerous not to be paying attention as well. So, terror among everything.
If there's anything at all, it'll only be Nixie trying to set you on edge.
All right, then, Could you tell us your name? You didn't have a chance to properly introduce yourself, and I've only heard you being referred to as the guide.
And that is it. He is the guide.
I don't have a name.
And even, I mean, it is only a subtle change in his voice when he talks. Compared to when he was just giving us instructions, he says, I don't have a name very quickly and almost dismissively. Either in the fact of it's an awkward conversation piece, or because he truly doesn't want to discuss that he doesn't have a name. No one's apparently claimed him or acknowledged him. Because at the start of the game, it did mention his high and powerful father kind of dismissed him his entire life and then got killed on this lake as well. So, could be murder, could be just accidental death. He faces the front again, his voice as expressionless as before. I have no way of guessing how he feels as he says this.
Oh.
Yeah. It's probably something he wishes not to talk about. However, there was something else I wanted to say, so changing the subject's not too difficult.
Margaret, thank you for allowing us to join you.
Hey, I mean, since we've seen what this game developer, game designer has done in the past with their games, I do hope if we do pursue talking to Margaret or talking to the guide, we could either have platonic or romantic. Hopefully it can be either way. That way we just learn more about them as a character. Margaret shrugs non-committedly.
It wasn't exactly up to me. The guide said he would take you.
And even, it's kind of cool, she has this little shawl. She hesitates and then looks tentatively over the shoulder at me.
But thank you for saying that. It's appreciated.
The appreciation is acknowledged.
Bemele and I will do our best to be an asset on this trip, rather than a burden.
Bemele. So that's what his name is, Bemele.
That's nice. I'm not afraid to be out here, though. Still, at least with your training, you should be able to take care of yourselves.
Though it's the fact of Margaret came on this trip and she doesn't have any kind of weapon or training to defend herself. It's comforting to know that everyone here is so confident in their abilities. Not enough to forget how terrible it feels over this lake. I'm not sure if this is fortunate or unfortunate. Believing yourself to be secure doesn't mean that you are. Yeah, I mean, you can hold yourself in a high esteem, but still realizing not to just humble yourself, but just to realize the situation you've put yourself in, you could still be over your head. The creepy sounds. As the conversation lulls, a new sound breaks through. It's the whispering noise again. The clatter, the chatter of inhuman voices. And this time coming from all around us.
Taking care of yourself is exactly what you need to do.
But how exactly is this guide surviving this long is the other question that's bugging the hell out of me. Because he doesn't seem afeared or frightened at all. But then again, he's done this over and over and over again, so he could either be just really good with a bluffing expression, or just maybe he doesn't care about his life anymore? Could be something very depressing. The guide is speaking again, except louder, as if to cover the Nixie's voice with his own.
Work to survive at all costs, and hope that everyone around you has enough sense to do the same. That's the only way you'll make it to the other side.
Big stress? Margaret nods in response, but I hear a grunt from behind me.
Groups tend to go further when they work together to achieve the same goal.
Right, but again, we're working with groups who have all their own individual goals. And especially because the fact of this group is with some kind of 100% chance of somebody losing their life. Unless, of course, maybe one of the endings we all get to live? I mean, the premise did make it sound like someone is going to perish no matter what we do. But I'd like to try and pursue saving everyone if possible. The guy doesn't say anything else in response to Belmele's grumblings either. I'm not sure whether he didn't hear Belmele, if I can say his name ever correctly. Belmele's, or whether he just didn't feel like the statements made thus far are worthy of addressing. He's just like, okay. I have a feeling it's the latter. We go around a large bend in the bridge, part of it forking off to another way. I wonder how the guide knows which one of these essentially identical paths is correct, when something in the corner of my eye catches my attention. I know what's about to happen. You can't spook me this bad this time, game. It's still gonna be creepy as hell.
I believe I saw something over there.
I think so. I am truly in belief of your perception.
Keep walking. No need to worry.
Everything to be worried. The guide's voice is calm and level. I decide against pressing the issue, not wanting to set everyone even more on edge.
What did he say?
Belmele, listen, please. Perhaps not wanting the conversation to be caught by the guide, he speaks softly, though I couldn't quite hear him because of it. Hello! Hi! Creepy figure in the background, looking broken and twisted figure. I take my eyes off Margaret ahead for a moment to explain it to Belmele and stop dead in my tracks. Only one word is able to escape me in my stunned state.
Behind.
Yeah, behind. Something there. Behind Belmele stands another figure, looming in the darkness. Seeing my face, Belmele grabs the hilt of his sword. He whips around and then staggers swiftly backwards, obviously surprised as well. Several meters away, a crooked, twisted black figure hobbles its way towards us. Some kind of liquid drips from its head, curling around the edges of its face. It almost looks like it's crying, which hopefully they explain the weird dripping liquid that comes off these monsters' faces. Because it could be quite literally them crying because they're in such pain dragging themselves out of the water. Or it could just be fluid that comes out of them. Belmele backs up until he's standing beside me. The figure controls its slow advance, head jerking from one angle to another. It's just like...
What on earth?
Surprise! The Nixie!
It's one of them.
And I have to do some quick time events, so get ready.
Yes, Nixie that stumble across the bridges looking for opportunities.
Which just makes it even more dangerous to be on this bridge, even with like a guard with you. The guide is standing next to us. I didn't even notice him approach.
The ones that can make it out of the water are generally referred to as prowlers.
Though now it's a question, why don't they just crawl out of the water without the bridges being there?
I had no idea things like that were out here. Is that what Kika saw down the other path?
Potentially. The guide says nothing, instead returning to the front of the party. Margaret watches him pass. Her frustration morphs into nervous optimism when something seems to come into her mind.
Well, Nixie aren't slowed down much by swords, but at least the light keeps them away, right?
Can't really use that as a full trusting opportunity of safety. Margaret's hand grips her face tight. Desperation bleeds into her voice. I bite the inside of my lip.
Direct light will force it to return to the lake. However, it'll try to drag the light, or you, down with it before it goes.
Which is weird that is their instinct automatically of, instead of just running away from the light, they're going to take that source of fear and drag it with them instead of escape it altogether. Instinctively, I reach for the hilt of my sword, despite the fact that it would do little to protect me. Which, why did we even bring our swords? Couldn't we just bring, like, a shield or something? Like, why were we, like, ill-prepared? The prowler is getting closer, jerking forward, stopping, then resuming its slow advance.
Okay, does anyone have a light we can leave here? That way it won't follow us.
I mean, well, I guess they can't put any lights on the bridge itself because it keeps going back into the water. If anything, someone should be leaving like a little trail of torches. I mean, if anything, it would keep them blocked. Hang on a moment. Any day now. TikTok. Damn it, you still got me. You still got me to jump. Still impressive. The terror.
Oh, how much genuine love you have for the family you want. You imagined your child running around in this very cabin, right?
But an amoeba baby can't do that.
I wish I could have been the father of that lovely child.
But you couldn't. Your throat closes and the more desperate you get. Well, let's go to bowling, because bowling, I know I can play. One player, because it's just me. Yes. I don't need the jacket, my hands are not sweaty. Obviously, there's objects I can bump into. My personal best. My level skill is not super great, but I'm sure I will still do well. Oh fuck, we gotta fight Bishop right now?
I've been expecting you, Adol.
God, you are so condescending. Literally. This is how it feels. Here. This is the effect he had. Right, about the light and being like, can someone leave their light? And like, bro, that's not really a smart idea in the end to be leaving lights here, but it is what it is.
Only matches.
Which I guess aren't going to be very effective. So if anything, shouldn't we just be burning bridges? Because, I mean, if it goes underwater, it should be magically able to fix itself again. Belmel spits. He's the only one bringing up the rear, so he's the one most likely to be in danger if he keeps following. The guide, however, moves forward.
Don't forget it's there, don't let your guard down, and don't get left behind.
Great. You're so concerned, guide. But still, we're going to pursue you at some point.
What? How am I supposed to keep walking with this thing at my heels? You said it wants to attack.
It could, or it just wants to see what humans do.
Don't give it the chance.
Fair point. Just don't let it get you. The melee sputters in anger, and the guide summarily ignores him. I solidly grab a hold of Belmele's upper arm.
Here, I'll lead you like this, and you can keep your focus solely on the Prowler. Make sure it doesn't get too close.
But I mean, if it's slowly advancing towards us, at some point it's going to reach us because we're not changing our pace of walking. Belmele eyes the guide with unresolved hostility, but allows himself to softly sigh in relief. He gazes at me with fondness.
At least there's someone I can count on.
Hey, we got props for you. Despite the fact I'm going against his advice, the guide says nothing more. Clear now that he doesn't give a damn what we end up doing. Some part of me is glad for that. I want to help everyone make it through, and it would be worse to have to persuade the guide every time help is necessary.
Kika, thank you.
Hey, no thanks. We're co-workers. We're buds. We gotta look out for each other. Belmele places a gentle hand on my shoulder. Not pursuing you yet. We're just doing our due diligence. So, you get a nod. Oh yeah, even. Creepy, the sound effect that happens. Okay, we're gonna nod. Little Curly, what are you doing? Get out of my way. Belmele's face hardens in return. He moves his free arm down. I fully link his arm with mine and now, properly settled, look forward. Margaret is following the guide with some reluctance, turning back every so often to check on us. I wave my lantern to signal we're catching up. Margaret returns her head to the front and quickens her pace. A tug on Belmele, we start to follow them. Ooh, that weird, squishy, wet footstep sound. The four of us continue cautiously over the bridges. Only this time the wet, squishing footsteps of the Prowler join the sounds of our own. The Prowler walks without a set pattern, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Takes long steps, then short ones. At times it stops walking entirely. Does it hurt to be out of the water like this? Or is it trying to be difficult to read? Suddenly, the whispering of the lake grows louder. I steel myself trying not to let it get to me. The most important thing in a situation like this is to remain calm. I can't lose my head. Then, all at once, I notice the guide and Margaret have come to a halt.
Belmele, they're stopping.
Belmele, yeah, they're stopping. Belmele. I don't know why this is the most difficult name in the world for me right now. Belmele. Come on, brain, you can do it. He slows down as I do, and as we near Margaret's back, she says something akin to distress.
There's another one.
I tug on Belmele, and he understands. We draw up close to Margaret, ready to protect her if need be, but the guide holds out a hand.
Don't get any closer.
Okay. Just over his shoulder, I see another prowler stumbling towards us, white liquid dripping from its eyes. The guide's hand turns over in the air, palm up.
Give me a lantern. We'll throw it.
Margaret extends her own with a trembling hand when Belmele speaks instead, his back still turned.
If you have to take someone's, take mine.
You're very quick to be, what is it, valiant or gallant? Which word am I looking for? Gallant! Yes, I was correct with using that. Grr. Oh, but it is to flirt as well. Chivalrous. Do I want to use this word? Valiant. Gallant. Oh, let's go with he's being very valiant.
Yes, an extra light won't do us much good when we're standing this close together.
Fair. Margaret takes Belmele's lantern from him, guarded relief displayed on her features.
Thank you.
Most appreciated, Margaret. We will learn about your situation soon enough. She hands the lantern to the guide, whose hands grip it tightly, knuckles growing pale, like he's not messing around. He's gonna grab this with dear life.
Stay here. I can't throw it too far. The light will blow out before it reaches the Nyx.
Okay. Why do we not have better technology? Like, shouldn't we have... Why don't we have, like, a light bomb or flash grenade? Like, some kind of pop rock thing. Like, sure, we're in an age that is in fantasy, but still. Come on. It's so creepy. He steps closer to the monster, his movements light and confident. As he nears, the prowler starts to back away. Or is it only the approaching light that's making it retreat? Or are they afraid of him? The guide is far enough away from us that the fog is partially obscuring him, hiding his movements. The voices of the lake grow louder and louder. Water suddenly begins to splash across the lake, in the distance and onto the edges of the bridge. They want him to mess up. I don't notice how tense I am until Belmele eases my grasp on his arm. And suddenly, the guide takes multiple long, fast strides forward, throws the lantern, and then jumps backwards to regain the lost distance. Shh. There, a sharp hiss and a deep splash. The voices of the Nyx grow quieter. Not silent, but quieter. A sigh escapes me, and the guide comes back to our group.
We should keep going before it comes back.
Yeah, because it is going to be a long night. I glance at Belmele, realize he, too, is looking relieved at the guide before us. And then I see it. Surprise! The first prowler. It's still there. It's right there. Pull them forward! Pull them forward! I shift around, pulling Belmele behind me. The prowler lunges after him, barely missing Belmele, but striking my lantern instead. The fire goes out, and the two of us are plunged into an unearthly darkness. Then there's a slick splash. I realize the Nyx has retreated into the water. Somehow, Belmele and I are still standing. We're still here.
Kika, thank you.
Oh, right, it's not over. I can't respond. Something cold and wet and slimy has grabbed my ankle. Kick it, kick it, kick it, kick it, kick it. I kick my leg out as fast as I can, and the Nyx hold slips. I can't pull with the momentum I've gained against it. Margaret rushes to my side, and her lantern hangs out towards the Nyx. The light brushes its face, and we see it for an instant, its eyes wide, and then it slides back into the smooth surface of the water. We're saved! See, already, 2 points. The game could have just killed both the main characters. MLA grabs Margaret and I both, helping us towards the center of the bridge and cursing under his breath.
I only looked away for 1 second.
Long enough for it to start hobbling forward after you.
It's fine, Bemele. We're all fine.
Yeah, calm down, we good. Bygones, bygones.
Are you actually alright?
We will be soon enough. Margaret cocks her head down, examining my ankle, but there's nothing but a wet smudge across my trousers. It better not stain.
I am fine.
Fine is the definition of I am not well. I say that, though. I don't actually want to let go of Bemele. I need to in order to realign our lanterns and provide us actual safety, but I feel such a strong desire not to be alone in this moment. Shake my head roughly and let go of him, relighting the lanterns as fast as I'm able.
Kika, thank you. Again. You saved my life. I won't let this happen again.
You're going to try to, but again, we have either 2 or 3 more nights of this, so I'm just gonna hold my breath.
Yes. Yes. It would be good for all of us to pay more attention.
Keep our eyes peeled for the darkness coming after us. Margaret nods solemnly. Suddenly, it seems like we're all on the same side. It isn't only Bemele and I. She's with us more than simply a presence. The guide's voice, as cold as the monster's grip, ends my train of thought.
We lost the lantern I threw, and Nyx grabbed it after the light went out.
Well, we have Margaret's lantern, Guide's lantern. So we have 3 lanterns. We're okay at the moment. Margaret makes a noise. I glance over, wondering whether she's upset, but there's a small smile on her face instead.
It's better than them taking anything else.
Positivity. Okay, you're our shining bumblebee currently. I mean, should we call you a bumblebee? I don't know what else to consider you, because you do have a bit of a sting to your words. You could be a sunflower. Now let's stick with bumblebee. That's the first thing that came through. Margaret's the bumblebee. A nervous laughter bubbles up out of me, just as quickly stops. Ellie chuckles in response, and our collective tension eases up, the adrenaline draining from our bodies. We're not dying today! Yay!
We need to keep walking.
Okay, ruin the mood. The guide starts down the bridge again, and we join him. I try to clamp down on the relief, the ease that wants to flood my head. It's not over. The prowler's gone, but so is Bemele's lantern.
You can stay near me, Bemele, since your lantern is lost.
Oh, we have to have our close co-worker with us. Oh. But I mean, in this route, we're just pursuing as friends.
I appreciate it.
And at least this character, he is very funny, he is strong, but he's not arrogant, so plus points on the character. Margaret goes ahead of us. Bemele stays by my side as I keep at the end of the line, where another prowler can come eat us. The breath of release for Margaret and Bemele is quickly swallowed by the somber atmosphere of Sinnlos as well, replaced by the gravity of the near-death experience. Never mind celebrating his survival, something like that shouldn't have happened in the first place. This bridge, this lake shouldn't have happened in the first place. There's several domino pieces in place. The memory of the prowlers reaching out towards us appear every time I close my eyes.
Why does it look like something's dripping down their faces?
I am not a scientist, I am not a biologist, I do not know. I'm going to assume it is a substance that just bleeds out of them. It could be their blood. That's what I'm assuming. The prowlers are on Margaret's mind too. Looking at her pained expression, it's as though the moment of relief never existed at all.
I'm not sure.
Hey, the best answer you can give right now.
Me neither. Something's wrong with them, though.
Could it be wrong? Or just their biology?
They live in water. Air shouldn't be good for the things, but they want to drown humans so much they're willing to drag themselves around on land? It's not right.
They could be truly evolving. I mean, we don't have context for how long this lake's been around. And even they could be like dolphins, where they can be on air. I mean, not like flying air, but they can have air. Of course it isn't. They're monsters. They likely do not understand even the concept of right and wrong. I mean, they could be like cats. Right and wrong, morality is just a thing to play with.
Well, I don't disagree that there's something very wrong about them. I truly hope that's the last we'll see of the prowlers.
No. There is several of us in this group. The guide already told us one of us was going to die, with pretty much absolute certainty. Something comes into her mind, causing Margaret to end her part of the conversation early.
Since you two have to share a light, wouldn't it be safer to be in the middle?
I don't think this choice coming up really affects anything, so I'm gonna stick with the same choice that I did before. Margaret stops and waits for Belmelie to reach her position.
That way, you'll catch the edges of my light and the guide's, and it won't be so dangerous if Belmelie loses his position momentarily.
No, it's just a matter of we just need to keep our head on a swivel.
That's a very kind offer, Margaret.
See, even you're like, she is a bumblebee. We're surprised. We were getting such stings from her comments before, but now she's being fluffy, sweet, and adorable. Belmelie's surprise is so apparent. I want to cover his face with my hands to stop him from insulting her. She merely smirks. I think Margaret may be surprised with herself too. I mean, when near death happens, people can become either more friendly or a little bit more edgy. Belmelie returns to his usual surety.
As thoughtful as it is, I, at least, am fine with bringing up the rear. I'm used to keeping watch for monsters, and since there are two of us, I can pay attention to the back while Kika focuses ahead.
At least you don't speak for me. You're just like, hey, I can do my business over here. Kika will do what she needs to do over there.
It's not my light, though, so I shouldn't be the one to decide what she should do with it.
You a choice. Margaret and Belmelie turn to look at me in unison. Seems like it's my decision. I should probably save. We're gonna put a save in the corner. And time to have a pee break. I will be back. So you're gonna sit here. You don't get to have the music. To the B-R-B. See, that's very tempting, but we'll leave. Oh fuck, we gotta fight Bishop right now?
I've been expecting you, Adol.
God, you are so condescending. Literally. This is how it feels. Here. This is the effect he has. I've been expecting you, Adol. That's literally the feeling he has. And he has his back turned to you. He's just like, oh, look who has arrived, finally. I've already met him the past 5 months, and now he's starting to talk to me. Sure, let's go to the sea. It's gonna be a CG. He wants to talk to us. What's up? Oh, the little ruffles. I tried. I really tried. Okay, Freddy, time to kill. Any day now. TikTok. Damn it, you still got me. You still got me to jump. Still impressive. The terror. Maybe subjectively odd to have a bunch of green on my eyes while I have purple hair. So kind of I'm a watermelon today. That kind of makes me feel self-conscious, so maybe I'm gonna wipe this makeup off before I go to work and then try something else. Who knows? It's Saturday. We can do whatever we want. And again, I freaking do not want my hair to do whatever it wants to do. And it just sit nicely. Totally not blaming you, but you've been here for 3 days. You are been eliminated. You're causing all these problems. Goodbye. Everyone's cheering. They're like, yay! Finally, the deserter is going. Click you, click you, click you. And nothing else. We should be at what? Final room. And you give me a heart. Much appreciated. Gotta fight this thing again. Okay, am I prepared? I think I am. No, I'm not. I need water. I'm coughing. Take you, take you, take you. Wait, gimme. I need to take my stuff back. Where are you rolling to? Excuse me? Just gonna keep rolling away? Oh, this is priceless. Do wonder if it's gonna stop at the other side. Just... Oh, it actually stopped. That took quite a while. Maybe if I throw it. No. The heck? Okay. I guess that was just one of those weird little times the game decided. Skill is not super great, but I'm sure I will still do well. Oh, nice throw. What a good way to start a strike. That was fucking impressive. Fun to play. Did I save it? Me. I need to change the little screeny button. Where are you? Yeah. Let's put that in the corner because I needed some more water as well. My sock stuck. I was trapped a moment. Ooh. Before we continue, I mean, hopefully I'm able to go acquire at least one of these One Piece collaboration bath bombs. Because, I mean, I know there's a lush that's within range for me to travel to. Because apparently this Canadian company for bath materials was able to do a collaboration with that anime, which I'm really excited because it looked like they had the Going Merry boat as a bath bomb. I really want to see if it's truly legit or not, because I saw it on their website 2 days ago, and since I was just in the bathroom, it popped into my head. So hopefully I can show that Saturday. That'll be very exciting to do. Ow, just stabbed my foot. Okay, now proceeding on with terror and scary things creeping in the corner. We're pretty close to wrapping up the drama that occurs in the first night. There's one more character we do meet who I don't know how exactly I'm supposed to save him. So we'll find out what I need to do in a good chunk of time. Now, my decision, right, that was the business. Neither of them are wrong, as for me, my goal is to protect everyone. I can't very well do that with Margaret following behind us. But being stuck in the middle of the group could also be dangerous depending on what circumstances we come across. Getting pincered by the enemy would be an almost sure death, no matter how experienced Bemele and I are. I just don't know what to expect from this bridge, and that makes things so much more difficult. Crap. Time. Current. Now, for events coming up in a bit that will determine if Margaret dies, I'm thinking keeping our current formation is smart. I don't know if the choice I have up ahead is going to affect that or not, but we're gonna try this and see how it goes. Yeah. Well, fingers crossed that when things get sticky, you will survive. The little bumblebee didn't have to, but she suggested it. Margaret respects our decision and trots ahead a bit to catch back up with the guide. He pays no mind to the entire affair. We're just in silence. Always the question on everyone's mind. This journey's taking too long. Are we almost there? Margaret chuckles, reflecting the amusement I didn't want to vocalize. We have apparently an island to reach as well. I suppress my laughter yet again at his pouting response. The gloom we've been under dissipates slightly, like flight flickering through the fog. All this positivity, thank you. The audio was doing something. You didn't get to hear her positivity. Can't really go back. Oh well. Mistakes were made.
I like the way you think.
Then a gleam entered Belmeli's eyes, and he grins.
I think Kika deserves a round of applause. Her quick reflexes are owed the utmost appreciation. Hey, I'm just doing what I do. He leans softly into my shoulder, trying to get me to do what?
It was indeed a sight. You're quite capable. Bemele was also a sight, but for very different reasons. The way he froze with his mouth all agape was a laugh in itself.
See, she is a bumblebee. She can sting. Bemele shakes a fist at Margaret in mock anger, then shoots me a affectionate look.
You should know, she and I are usually on equal footing.
I mean, he doesn't say he's better than me. He says we're pretty much on par.
The only reason you had footing at all is because she pulled you back.
Bemele laughs self-consciously, scratching his head.
That's very true. You can always count on Kika.
Hey, we're the reliable sort. I keep my eyes steadily ahead, unsure how I should respond. I'm pleased, almost grateful to hear what they think of me, but I don't know what I could say that wouldn't seem pathetic. Instead, I contribute the best way I can. I keep my focus on the path ahead of us. Without a response from me, the conversation quickly dies out. Still, it eases my heart to be on such friendly terms with my companions. Oh, here's where things get intense. Okay. Hopefully the choice ahead, I actually can change the fate. Because I've seen doing a bad choice before. After some time, I notice Margaret isn't keeping up with the guide as much as she was before. I realize it's because the guide has increased his pace. Margaret begins to jog in an effort to keep up with him. Bemele and I do the same. Despite this, the guide keeps getting further and further away. We go faster and faster until suddenly we're full on sprinting across the slick wooden boards. Which honestly, if you've ever been on a pier, a beachfront, any kind of wooden patio, running on wood floor is incredibly scary. Even though it shouldn't feel slippery, it is very dangerous to be, and especially because there's no fences here. They can slide off without even trying. Figures in the dark shadow fly past us at a blur, and it occurs to me the branching paths of the bridge appear to be sinking. I try hard to swallow my rising panic. The guide shouts something, but it's drowned out by the frantic pounding of our footsteps. I'm trying to piece together what he said. Don't stop, turn. When he takes a masterfully sharp right down a different path, using his own momentum and the slick wood to slide into the new direction with no loss of speed. How is this guy doing that? That's like magic. Margaret must not have worked out the warning either, as she's completely caught off guard by the guide's changing course. She runs straight ahead past the turning, continues down the path we've been following up until now. She clumsily begins to halt her momentum down the wrong bridge. Then I come upon the fork. Don't turn? I mean, I turned before and it screwed me. I keep straight ahead, not making an attempt to go the correct direction. So we all go this way. Is this a good thing? Because maybe changing our formation would have been better. Bemele seems to fumble slightly, but stays close behind me and in the light. I inwardly apologize. I come upon Margaret, who nearly runs into me with her effort to turn around. Her face twists at the sight.
Why are you...
I'm trying to help you. I ignore her and face the other way. The path we came from is disappearing into the water. It's thinking.
We have to jump.
Okay, hopefully we succeed.
What?
Did you not know you were on a parkour mission? Margaret holds up her hands, but I grab her, spin her towards the path the guide is on.
Go! We'll catch up.
I'm scared.
But
But nothing.
Bemele and I will have to jump together. He needs the light. Just move.
Okay. I practically shove her, and without further hesitation, she takes the leap. She makes it just past the edge of the bridge, knees bucking as she lands, but as soon as she's back up on her feet, holding her lantern out towards me, she beams with pride. Point towards the guide. I gesture down the bridge to the guide's rapidly fading light. Margaret Lee slowly nods and then runs after him.
Here.
I'm scared. I'm feeling like this was a bad choice. But I mean, it seems fleshed out. I offer Bemele my hand, tightening my grip on the lantern. Bemele accepts the offer, giving it a brief squeeze. Tight smile plasters itself across my face as I try to calculate the distance between our bridge and the other. And then the ground starts to shake more.
Jump!
Please tell me we make it. We dash to the bridge edge and leap. Cold air rushes past my face, winding its fingers into my hair. For an instant, I think I see something moving under the surface of the water. Dad, we got across the bridge. We didn't get a bad ending. Yeah, and Margaret's not dead. Success. Yeah. Bemele lets out a sigh of relief as we both quickly get back fully to our feet.
Stay close. We need to run.
Okay, time for endurance.
I'll be right behind you.
Please don't die, Bemele. I take off, not bothering to ensure Bemele is staying true to his word. I know he'll follow. The guide's fading light bounces in the distance, a clearer signal that he's still running. I focus everything I have on catching up. Slowly, we begin to close the distance. As the night wears on, our strength rapidly fades. I remember this line. We must be in the right path. Even my stamina is being challenged. I can't imagine what this must be like for Margaret. I mean, Margaret's character said she was desperate, so she's going to push herself beyond all adrenaline limits. She's holding her side as she runs. Oh, God. It has been a long time since I've ever felt cramping when running, but honestly, when you're at that point, it is just strength of will to keep going if you feel cramps happening. Oh, how much longer will this last? People have to rest sometime. People are cramping here. Almost as a response to my thought, the guide abruptly halts. I skid to a stop as well, sliding on the surface of the wood.
Why did we stop?
Yeah, why did we? Bemele's voice is tired, but his guard is up. The guide doesn't answer, just stares at something slightly out of view. I step up to join him, following his gaze further down the path. Oh! Cue our last character! There, curled in a little ball, illuminated by the lantern's light, cowers a person. His hands grip his head, and he rocks side to side, mumbling incoherently.
It's a man.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I couldn't. I just couldn't. Please. I'm sorry.
Because last time we played, I was really feeling like this character is either clinging to something, or if I don't know if the character is going to let us die if push comes to shove. I'm scared, but I do want to help the character. It's just last time we never learned anything about them. I'm struck with an array of questions. What's going on? Why would he wander out onto these bridges on his own? Did he make it this far by himself? Were there others with him? If that's somehow the case, I can't blame him for the state of shock he's in. The man stops mumbling. He glances above him, seeming only just having the strength to lift his head. His expression, the deep sadness along with the clear markings of terror, are scrawled across his face. I stare at him in shock, not sure what to do.
Leave him.
Well, damn. Guide, why? Honestly, why can't we take him with us? I mean, hopefully he explains that later, because his reasoning that he goes into now is still maybe too cold to be human? I snap my eyes away from the man and instead to the guide's cold, implacable, Come on, I had to figure out this word last time. Implacable. Implacable? Nope, I don't remember how to say it.
Implacable.
Implacable.
No! We can't just leave him here! We've managed fine enough already, and these creatures will probably pluck him away as soon as we've gone. Without light, it's certain he'll die.
Oh, surprise! This is a different voice line compared to what I got last time. A snippet was changed. Wow, such a detail.
He won't make it regardless.
You are a pessimist indeed. The guide turns to look at us, his eyes seeming to glow from the closeness of the lantern. For the first time, I feel uncomfortable in his presence.
Whoever shelters him will only risk dragging themselves down with him. Leave him.
Why? Why is it so bad to take one more person? I mean, sure, in a way it may change the way that we could survive, but it could benefit us to survive another round? I glance at the others. Melly is outraged, but Margaret is staring at the man with something like fear. She's uneasy, but she doesn't voice her concerns. I mean, it's one more person that could derail her plans of getting off this bridge. I'm trying to think of some kind of compromise when the guide speaks again, his voice cutting.
If the man comes, then whoever is shielding him will have to remain at a distance from the rest of the group. Far enough that you can't see me, just my light. That is how you will travel across the bridges.
Now, is that for the entirety or just to the island is the question? Can I change your mind, sir?
I didn't agree to lead this man, and I won't. If you ask me to, I will leave you all behind.
Okay, fair. You giving me the ultimatum. Do or don't. Obviously, we did don't last time, so we're going to risk it for the biscuit this time. Adrenaline surging through my veins, I tense up. It's a painful reminder that the guide isn't here to save our lives, but merely show us the way. We're on our own. Margaret, Bemele, and I frantically share more looks between each other, like, trying to communicate without words. None of us have a desire to speak or be the first to make a choice, but I shall be the one who dictates choices. The man is standing now, though still hunched with his arms wrapped around himself, as if expecting a blow. He stares at the ground, then at us. Because of this, I'm having trouble reading his face. What exactly happened to him?
Are you well, stranger? Do you know where you are and why you're here?
He glances up. Not at me, but towards me. His eyes resting somewhere near my collarbone. So either he doesn't want to face confrontation, he wants to be able to lie, he's cowering. There's an assortment of things going on.
I'm fine. You all can go on your way. Forget you even saw me here.
I don't know. I'm going to tweak something a second, because it is bothering me that's going on in the background. Okay, good.
That's absurd. You have no way to defend yourself. We can't leave you.
This time we are not leaving you.
Yes, I'm sure in your eyes I might not seem like much, but that's not exactly a fair shake.
Because you somehow passed over the island, or you've been traveling across this bridge this entire time being lost. We don't know exactly what's going on.
Maybe in a perfect world, every man would be as large as you. But that's not how things always go. It doesn't mean I'm defenseless.
Your character just looks smaller. That's the only thing. You kind of just look like a thief, while Bimeli looks like he's a paladin or knight. The man's response is meandering. The words themselves seem to be in good jest, but he still barely looks at us, fidgeting with his hands. Bimeli frowns, unimpressed.
It was a joke.
Now is not the time to be joking with your life. He smiles hesitantly, so that's a very smug-looking smile. But he makes eye contact with each of us for the first time.
What part of it was supposed to be the joke? Do you even realize what is happening in this moment?
Technically we're having parkour, snatching game, and even kind of a Slenderman kind of thing going on.
Never mind. Forget that too.
You're too dismissive. What is going on? I would like your name at least.
Point is, I'm alright.
Another word for not okay.
You were curled up in a ball when we met.
There we go, Margaret. Saying what actually needs to be said.
Exactly. Something must be wrong with you.
Bimeli, that's not the way to phrase it.
Oh no. Sounds like you've been talking with my father.
Okay. He lets out a weak little laugh, coupled with an eyebrow raise, voice trembling. No one really knows what to make of this. The man gives a small wave and begins down the path we came. Bimeli huffs, tossing his hands into the air.
That's not even the right way.
To you, maybe.
It could be, if he's trying to get to the side we came from.
Yeah.
He must have come quite a ways if it was the other shore that he started on.
But how? Honestly, that means he would have had to have been running most of the way to have reached this far. The man's smile grows.
Good. That's not so bad.
But you still would have to get to the other side, which... Shouldn't we mention that there's bridges that have already sank back there? There's no response to this remark, unsure of what could be said. Yeah, the bridges back there have already sank. What are you going to do?
I still think he should come with us. A person needs a light, and the guide himself said he won't be able to manage on his own. Sticking with us is his best option.
You have been smart. Good job. I look over the man's body. Why are we staring at his body? Calm down. Noting the scrawniness of his limbs. Scrawny, but not necessarily lacking in muscle. The bravado he was showing as he tried to leave us has faded yet again. And now he's standing quietly, looking at us as if watching a play. Interest, but no true connection to the event. I mean, disassociating, he's having PTSD, he's traumatized, as we're assuming, he's already lost other people that came with him the other way. Freaking out, he's hearing Nixie, many possibilities.
It's easy for you to say such things, but whose light are you offering?
My own.
It's not mine, and you are putting her in even more danger with your own presence already.
Stressful? Melly looks at Margaret. She avoids his gaze.
Perhaps I could have let him share my light before, but the guide has said the one with him has to remain behind, and I simply wouldn't be able to manage it.
Well, at least you're being honest. Honestly, I can respect it, and you're not being haughty about it, so it's okay, Margaret. You do you. Lamelli's hands turn to fists. He looks away, but doesn't say anything. For a moment, no one does. Time for me to step in. I feel a cold sweat on my brow as I've feared comes to pass. He's stopping us from protecting another? Why must he get involved now? Why can he not leave us to make our own decisions? I mean, you're playing with his life as well.
You... Don't worry about me. I'll be on my way now.
No, come back here. Come back here. We don't know if you're a cinnamon roll or if you're a deadly person, but either way, we're trying to protect everyone. The man's voice is full of something I cannot place. He starts to shuffle back down the way we came, arms still clenched around himself. Margaret might not be able to take him, but there's another way this could be solved. I could stay back with him. It'll put Belmelli and myself at significantly more risk, but at least this man will stand a chance. Put a hand out. I straighten my arm out like a rod, blocking his progress past me. He stops, perplexed.
I am not afraid to stay behind as long as Bemele can remain up front with you in your light.
Okay. Guy doesn't say anything. He doesn't even blink. Margaret covers her mouth with her hand, muffling some sort of gasp. Bemele smiles sadly at me. Don't do this to me, Bemele. We are friends right now. Do not give me these emotions.
One can always count on you, Kika.
Again, the steadfast. The man, meanwhile, stands with his mouth agape, truly and genuinely shocked.
Well, what will it be?
As I've already said, I shall stay behind. Margaret sputters for a second, searching for words, but clearly unaware of what to say. Bemele chimes in before she can get anything out audible.
I can stay in between you and the guide. I don't need to be right next to either of you. That way you won't have to worry about a repeat of what happened earlier.
Being brave, but some logic there.
I wouldn't refuse you being here.
At least everyone's in agreement. The guide doesn't acknowledge them. He stares at the stranger. The man shakes under the attention.
No, really. I could just go on my own.
Now!
It's fine.
We've already said we're going to protect you. Oh, damn. Why did you jump up close? I step closer to him, lending the support he seems to desperately need.
You do not need to go this alone. I will protect you.
God damn, Kika. Kika being the goat. The man stares at me. I return his gaze, willing him to see my certainty. There needs no blood spilt tonight. I really hope we're going to be able to survive. You keep giving me lines that are just very high expectations. Slowly, the fear melts off his face, replaced with something like resignation, and he drops his gaze to the floor.
Okay.
Okay, we're settled then. Ow, I just hit my fingers.
All right.
Okay, I grasp his shoulder and turn to the rest of the group.
You should get a head start, correct? You'll have to put some distance between us.
No! No, we don't have to do that!
But you heard the guy, don't pitch a fit or he's gonna bail on all of us.
Yes, we do.
See? Listen. Unnervingly, there's a hint of emotion in the guide's usually empty voice. Anger. He starts to walk, not waiting for a reply. He's just stuffy over there, like, ruin my plans for the night. Margaret grits her teeth, eyes filling with tears, face flushed. She mumbles something in a small voice. Something I'm just near enough to hear.
Why am I always so powerless?
No, Margaret, the little bumblebee. You just keep giving me these little tiny nuggets of your personality and your backstory. Clearly, you being so desperate. Hi, Toto. I mean, this is not an amoeba story, but it is a horror game, which I'm not quite sure if there is truly romanceable pursuits or if it's just bonding characters together. We're still figuring out exactly what the pursuing ability is, because we're still in the very first night of the game. I mean, the biggest part of the game is surviving and not dying. So there's no amoebas, but there is scary creatures that live in the water that can drag themselves out and pull people into the depths. Plus, they don't like light, but they'll literally rip the lantern from us and kill us both. So, it's a lot of threats, a lot of fear, and we're dealing with a bunch of strangers this time. But still, I'm really hoping, since that Parasite in Love game came out, that more virus, bacteria, strange otomis will come out. Because, I mean, like the whole thing where we had pigeons as pursuables, the T-Rex that was pursuable. What else was an odd romance? Oh yeah, there was the horse, but we don't talk about that because that was really freaky deaky. I know there was a... no, that's an ecchi game, so we're just gonna not talk about that one. Ooh, there's some androids. There's a... Well, I mean, there's 2 different android romance games. Yes, because I remember either it was specifically only a mobile game. There was that dating the horse game with the weird Bishonen anime boy face attached to a horse body. So it felt really disturbing. I don't remember. What was the other weird otomi that was actually an interesting premise? Because, I mean, we have the Parasite. Yeah, there is the horse game, My Horse Prince from 2016. Let's see. Oh, yeah, and there's KFC. You can pursue the Colonel from that. There's the pigeon game, obviously. Oh, there is a bug one, too. What kind of bugs could you... Oh, you could romance a half-human, half-grasshopper. There's the Cthulhu-like creatures as well. What kind of things were they? No, they're just like weird bug things. Oh, there's the alpaca one too. Oh, and there's Gakuen handsome, the ones with the super sharp chins as well, with the funny faces. Oh, but it's a parody of a BL genre. What? KFC, yeah, that was the other scary one. I know there's more. I'm probably gonna have to look in lemma soft forms for any of those very odd premise games. But still, there's a lot of good games out there that are being developed that use a weird clickbait premise, but that they actually put a lot of time and effort to create a good, solid game. Because there's a big difference between My Horse Prince, where it was a gacha game that forced you to play it day by day to progress, and then the Pigeon Boyfriends. Those two are on both two different levels. One being a full-fledged story that was interesting, and the other being just clickbait. That's just my view. But obviously, Margaret, you feel powerless. You are trying to take this desperate journey for something that's bringing you to tears and frustration as well. The statement somehow catches me off guard. Margaret powerless? She's not a mercenary, to be sure, but she seems so certain of herself. And again, I don't know the reason she needs to cross this lake. But before I can decide whether I should respond, the tears fade from her eyes. Margaret takes a deep breath.
Please be careful.
Thank you for that. I will definitely be careful. She takes a few steps back, lingering near enough for Bemele. Damn, why do you have such a nice smile too? Stop it, both of you. The duality. He smiles, first at the stranger and then at me.
Take care back here, all right? We'll all be together again when we reach the halfway island. It won't be too much longer now.
Now this part of the story is entirely different from last time, so hopefully there's not a lot of decisions that could screw me. Fingers crossed.
We'll have a nice little camp out, and you can properly introduce yourself to us. Maybe even tell a real joke or two.
You make us feel like we're already bonding so much. The man emits a nervous little laugh and ducks his head. The prospect must not be enticing to him. The stranger having pulled himself out of the conversation, Bemele looks seriously at me.
I'm sorry to put you in even more.
Stop.
Okay. Bemele shakes his head, still smiling.
I don't begrudge you at all. In fact, I'm glad you did.
You appreciate my efforts.
All I want is for you to remember that goal. Each of us, together, on the island, and then on the other shore, safe. This isn't about what our job is, or where other people need us to be.
I nod in response. Bemele opens his mouth, then closes it. He swallows hard.
You two.
Yes? I'm surprised to hear his voice slightly wavering. He swallows again and then continues.
You two should look out for each other.
Thank you. You have concern, but you believe in us. You believe in the power of friendship. He takes a few steps back as if to go, but his eyes never leave mine. Gosh, why are you giving me this tension? Stop.
Watch out for yourself, too. Not just for everyone else.
Margaret, thank you. You keep giving me these little nuggets of happiness. My little bumblebee.
I will.
Yes, for Kikia's sake, for the steadfast, we must prevail. Ooh, the guide's figure disappears, with Ona's lantern to lead the way. And we gotta deal with more prowlers more than likely. Melly and Margaret are finally forced to leave us behind and catch up with him. I watch them disappear into the fog, an odd feeling in the pit of my stomach. I cannot recall the last time I had difficulty seeing someone leave. That is some background information being put into that little sentence.
You should go after them.
No, you're coming with me. Stop being stubborn. I will drag you by your ear if it has to be. I start. How'd you forget? I almost forgot the man was there, standing right next to me. Now he looks at me with desperate eyes.
You don't need to do this.
I want to do this. If you're gonna keep doing this, we could drag you by your feet as well.
What?
Yeah, what?
I'd rather know you returned to them safe, and that you all had a chance to make it back together.
I've already made my choice. We've already had this hurtful moment. You can't turn around.
The way they acted, having to go on without you, no one would feel that way for me. I'm not worth it.
Okay, you clearly need help. You have to come with us. This line alone, and how you just voiced that line. Ooh. You have dealt with some pain.
That's not...
Exactly. Well, excuse me? I stop. Unable to say the last word. Can I claim he's wrong? It's the one thing he seems sure of. And I don't know him. Empty platitudes may be worse than nothing at all. Don't know your situation, but frankly, this is the circumstance we find ourselves in. I'm not gonna let myself feel crippling guilt because you think you're not worthy. I'm taking you with me. You can do your business another day, okay? Why are you smirking all of a sudden? Are you playing me for a fool, or are you just a goofy kind of person under everything? He smirks at my mumbling reply. I'm caught off guard by the change. If only that, it seems he's in his element.
It's true.
It's true to what? Oh, it's true that they would be sad for me to be gone. He continues to grin, more so to himself than me.
You lot certainly made a scene, huh? That's nice. Being loved and all.
Okay, but again, you too could become part of this new found family. It's not out of the realm of possibility. He clarifies after I must have given a undesirable reaction to the statement. I'm so disconnected with myself. I'm unsure if surprise appeared on my face or if it was a lack of emotion that put him off.
I don't know exactly what kind of love it is you share, but there has to be a bond in that group of yours.
Near-death experience and co-workers. I don't know if there's tension in any place yet, but we have some kind of acquaintancedness. Wait, acquaintanceship? Is that what is it? Is this the word I'm looking for? Yeah, there is acquaintanceship. Okay, so I'm not crazy. Just gonna stare at each other. He laughs and then speaks quietly.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter. Stop with the dismissiveness.
I can still try for the other shore. Go.
Or I could just grab you and we can go. Stay. No. Hopefully that's right. I should have made a save. Because the last save we have here. You know what? Let's just plot a new save just in case. My certainty shocks him. I can tell immediately he has returned to his meeker self. The man starts to speak, but I interrupt.
We should start walking. That should be enough of a head start for them.
See, we're just like, okay, you can have your little emo boy fest another day. You can be Sasuke tomorrow, but today, we're trying to prevail. He hesitates for a moment, but ultimately begins to walking at my side. I'm relieved. I can never be quite sure what will come from this one. We move in silence. The man doesn't seem to want to speak anymore, but keeps glancing at me as if expecting something? What, do you think I'm gonna push you into the water? Somehow, his odd behavior is comforting than disconcerting. Perhaps it's because he's more nervous about all this than I am. It's putting me at ease, making me feel more capable. I shouldn't allow myself to get comfortable, however. We're in a more dangerous position than ever. No, not the whispering. The whispering from the lake, so faint after Belmela's close call, now surges forth. It grows nigh unbearable, the creatures teeming below the surface. I dare not speculate on what has them so excited. They're like, fresh meat.
Have you a name?
What is your name, good sir? The man chuckles drily.
Barely.
You barely have a name?
I don't really know what I am to take from that.
Like, she's like, I'm just asking you a question. I don't need you to play riddles. This time is more of a bark, quickly out and swallowed back up. Then he frowns.
Lou. Only 2 letters. So barely.
You have some little punny jokes up your sleeves, which you don't even really have sleeves.
I see.
We're just like, okay. Good joke.
What are you doing out here without the guide?
Okay. Kind of speculate on that information. Maybe it isn't appropriate, but after all, only the darkest of circumstances spurs someone to cross Sinnlos. But the strange situation, I might even go as far as say it is suspicious. I know it's not fair, but I can't help it. Years spent anticipating danger has made me wary.
That's a good question. I'm not sure I know myself.
Are you amnesiac?
What does that mean? Is that some sort of joke too? Or do you genuinely not remember how you arrived where you are?
I mean, he was stressed. It is possible he's having temporary loss of memory.
No, it wasn't a joke. Or, well, there is a point to it all.
Okay. Then his voice, already by light nature and airy, drops to a whisper.
But I don't know why I even tried. You'd think that I'd be able to call a spade already, right?
You don't know why you even tried. You thought you could? He looks up, noticing my gaze still leveled at him, and he shrugs.
I'd rather not talk about it.
Leave me with so much mysterious. As what has become the norm, I don't fully understand what he means, but I can at least guess that he's not very happy with himself at present. And like it or not, he won't be sharing his real reasons with me.
What about you? What brings you out on this little adventure?
I'm trying to go and help people in a short amount of time.
People. On the other side. People who need my help.
And are you going to bash me for my generosity?
You have someone waiting on you? Then why are you risking yourself on me instead of worrying about what's going to happen to them?
I mean, having a big heart, guilt, reasonable to assume everyone should be safe if you have the means to do so? I feel my brows further from my speck of alarm. Is this really what he took for this? I survey his face for a flicker of my eyes, but there's no mischievous gleam to his look now. He's serious. We hold eye contact for a moment, until yet again he stares at the ground.
Sorry. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. It just fell out somehow. I wasn't thinking.
But I mean, it's clearly a question you want answered, because if you already have said you don't feel worthy, you're clearly trying to find a reason for my actions. But again, I have my own context of why I'm doing this. I mean, again, this game says that saying nothing could help. But then, do I want to try and pursue a relationship of some kind? Do I want to bond with you? But then I can't just say nothing. I have to say something. What was that little chimey bell sound at the back? Was that me clearing a flag of something? Clearly he's surprised. His stare shoots back up at me, eyes wide.
Of course I'm going to be there for those counting on me. But you aren't nothing. I won't simply turn my back on you.
Mad props for Kikia. Mad props. He smiles sadly. The kind of smile only someone who has experienced great hardship has. A smile I'm too familiar with.
I probably have to disagree. Still, that's nice of you to say.
Hey, you appreciate my appreciation for you.
We may not know each other well, but you wanted us to go on without you for our own safety. You even tried to have a sense of humor about it. That counts for something.
See, you have morals, you have ethics. You're kind and caring as well. His statement is far from grand, yet he becomes distinctively bashful all of a sudden, twitching his legs with each step. He hangs his head and mumbles his next phrase. Sadly, he seems unaccustomed to receiving praise.
That's true. Thank you for staying back with me. It's kind of nice.
Clearly, you're going to be an interesting character pursuing, and even hopefully you survive.
No need to thank me.
Hey, just being kind-hearted. I mean, I should be pouting this way.
Oh, right. I can't even show gratitude correctly. Of course.
It can be done either way. Relax, relax. I go to give him a look, but he's smiling. He looks less pitiful than usual. He's almost content. While crossing Sinnlos. How? Why?
It is not funny to make a joke out of thinking that way about yourself.
But again, how you cope is different to everybody else.
If you don't want people to say things like that, then you shouldn't reject their things. Either I did right by thanking you, or I did wrong.
Or? Then again, I mean, us not receiving the praise as well, we're deflecting. So, I mean, he did nothing wrong by trying to thank us.
Fine. You're welcome.
Okay, we just be like, just take it. This time he lets out a real laugh, though a short one.
I'm glad.
Oh. He stretches his arms out in front of him, elongating his stride so he's walking a bit ahead of me. Sits wrong with me. He's relaxed and completely unguarded. He's even fine with distancing himself from the light. And all the comments he's said so far. I mean, it's a little concerning if he may have walked onto the bridge hoping to disappear, potentially. Or that he was hoping to escape his old life. Then again, we don't know what happened beforehand, so this is all ambiguous, but it's making me have goosebumps. Though if I can read, though a thought strikes me. Maybe the reason he's so calm is he doesn't care what happens to him. My heart plummets to my gut. Hey, we're still in the pace. For a time, there's relative peace in the silence between us. And Lou sighs heavily.
I never could have seen myself in a situation like this. It seems things really aren't over until they're over.
Okay. Concerning me, Lou, again.
Did you think it was over?
I mean, curled up in a ball, he was pleading and frantic. Wait, my bad, don't smack stuff. He doesn't answer immediately. When he does, the reply is accompanied by him grasping himself, like he might fall apart if he lets go.
Yeah, I did.
That would have been the normal outcome for a situation. Alone, lightless. I shouldn't have asked. I must have let a frown slip through, though. Lou smiles a non-smile. He stretches his hand behind his neck and gives a little chuckle.
Something really is wrong with me. Somehow, I feel lighter.
I mean, near-death experience. Hopelessness, and now you have hope. I mean, there's multiple ways to go about this. And we don't know what his present situation is either. Alright, well, maybe this is good. He's feeling better than he was, then perhaps his view of himself will improve. There's gonna be a lot more steps to take.
I wonder who'll still be left standing when this is truly all over.
Don't scare me like that. I don't know if you are somehow aware of what's going on. Yeah, wait, excuse me?
Everyone will be.
Exactly, but this is Kikia, who wants everyone safe. I say it firmly to end the discussion, but Lou's expression grows grave and unusually sympathetic.
You know that's not possible, don't you? Someone will go. You should focus on making sure it's someone else.
you're implying I should be having a accidental murder happen to a little NPC?
You don't seem to be concerned with self-preservation.
In a way, but again, he survived that long, so his preservation skills are there. I came out more hostile than I had expected. He doesn't mind.
True, but it's not the same for me.
Why? Oh, sorry. Okay. Keep my eye on you, sir. I still don't know how I'm supposed to interact with a person like him. Making a conversation's already not my strength. Regardless, Liu echoing that sentiment was something I had not expected. The whispers from the lake, which had already grown, now speak faster and clearer. The individual words are almost audible. I'm likely able to make them out if I knew the Nyx language. For a split second, I wish I did. The light in the distance still drifts along the same manner as it did when we first started walking, which I take to mean the path hasn't turned so far. Hopefully that means we're still on the right path. Ooh, it got brighter. Why is the game brighter? Why? Is this a trap? It's strong enough that I have to glance away for a second. Next time I look, the light has grown. Oh, right, crap, we forgot. He did right because of the other way we took. He lights the bridge on fire. Which way am I supposed to go then? Well, I mean, we could run through it. I mean, honestly, we should be fast enough to be relatively safe, but again, we risk burning our legs. But now we're lost of what light to follow, but we should be very close to the island. Anyways, I grabbed Lou's arm without thinking. He's staying there stiff, staring at the eyes. He's staring at the glow, eyes dull.
We're going to run.
Okay, you had the same line of thinking. To the hell with the guide's order. If we don't go now, we'll never go anywhere again. Lou doesn't respond. I give him his arm a small tug. He appears to come to himself when he nods at me. I make the decision then that I won't let go of his arm. I don't know what will happen if I do. We take off, the heat growing with each step. The dankness of the bridge means the fire's spreading slowly, but it makes me question how it began in the first place. There's no end to how wrong this place is. It takes 20 paces before the air around us ripples and starts folding into itself. Thick smoke pouring over us, stinging like scorpions in my eyes. I mean, I get it. It's trying to emphasize the pain, but one single iota of a sting of a scorpion in your direct flesh alone, but in your eyes? That's torture, okay? I cover my mouth with my free arm to keep breathing and soon breath the fire itself. The bridge lurches beneath us as its beams supporting it start give way to thousands of flying sparks. Lou stumbles and pulls against me for support, but we keep our ground. I start pulling him through the blaze. We don't have time to gather our bearings. Who knows how long we have until the bridge collapses or is devoured by flames. As we push through the folk, Lou's wheeze for breath beside me. Figures emerge. Hey, Margaret, you're safe. Ooh. Wow. This is a really cool CG. I love it. I look at the two, the situation around them baffled. None of the individual pieces make any sense until the reality of all hits me all at once. The guide is gone. Ah, shit. Margaret paused at the bridge, her lantern at her side. It's her glasses she's missing. Jesus, I guess this scene plays out very differently than last time we did. But Belme is off to the side, lanternless with only the flickers of embers in the wind to keep him out of the darkness. I want to pretend they're both fine, but that they're capable of handling themselves, but I know that's just wishful thinking. Both of them are in danger. That sounds like a time to make a save. I don't know how Nyx feels about fire, how daring they'll be with it so close by, but I can't assume this is an opportunity they would want to miss. I have to do something, and I have to do it now. Margaret, I guess we need to go to Margaret. She's the one without glasses, so please, Belme, please be safe. Without wasting another second, I run to Margaret's side, Lou in tow. I'm the one who puts her in danger. She needs me. I have to be there for her.
Margaret!
Margaret, our sweet little bumblebee. Her head shoots up, eyes squinting through the smoke. Tears like ribbons gleam down her face. Whether because there's smoke or panic, I don't know. Oh no, please tell me I didn't choose wrong. I heard water. I'm nearly at her side when a shout goes up from the other side of the bridge. Oh, wait. No, please be safe. Please, please, don't lose you. Please, please. A chunk of the bridge near Bemelia has vanished, collapsed into the water, and in its place are Nyx, trying to claw their way up. Bemelia is backing up from them, but is only pushing him closer to the other edge. I check on Margaret again. She's on her feet and heading over to me, but she's standing in her lantern to keep the monsters at bay. I leave her and running to get my light to Beme. You look concerned, but you should be okay? The male stopped in the perfect center of the bridge, unable to move forward or back. Instead, he turns to me, face painted a way I've never seen from him. All he can do is wait for me to come and hope it's soon enough. No, please tell me. No, don't. I see what it's reading. But as I approach, so does a Nyx larger than I knew they could be. It pulls itself halfway out of the water, reaching for Beme. No. Oh God, is this the terrible mistake? I should have gone to you first. As it grabs him, it latches his arms onto his torso. Beme lets out an agonizing scream. The Nyx claws anchoring into his flesh. The creature itself lets it fall into the lake, using its body weight to take Beme with it. I run faster, reaching my arm, my lantern out to him. Beme doesn't reach back. He just looks at me. No, we're gonna have to do this again. He's getting killed.
Don't!
I know we kept saying he was my co-worker, but no. He's the best co-worker we've had in this mercenary group. He falls backwards into the lake. The Nyx wait too much for him to resist. I mean, he's got his claws lunged into him. After a moment, the water stills. There's no sign of him. I stop, panting, still feet away from where Bemel fell. Tears burn in my eyes.
No, he can't be gone.
I'm afraid to say, we made a choice. We made a terrible choice, but we made a choice. Something tugs on my arm. I panic, but it's Margaret. I gape at her. I can barely keep myself together.
What happened to the guide? Is he also?
No, I think the guy dipped. My voice cracks in spite of myself. I don't want to hear the answer, but it has to be said.
No, I don't think so. I couldn't see through the smoke and without my glasses, but I didn't hear anything.
Seems like the guide knew what he was doing and he just let you two go.
How did this happen?
I mean, from my last playthrough, it was the only way to get rid of multiple nicks.
While we were running through the fire, the bridge shook. It knocked my glasses off. I bent down to pick them up. There were footsteps. Someone kept going, and then Bamele asked if I was all right.
The tears return to her. She wipes her nose on the sleeve.
He said he'd stay to keep watch while I couldn't see.
Damn. If anything, you should have had your glasses on a string already. But Bamele, as valiant as ever, stay by your side.
That sounds like Bamele.
I'm so sorry.
You can't be sorry about that. Bamele decided to do that on its own accord. I don't say anything in response. I can't. Bridge trembles again, and I gather my wits just enough to get through this.
We need to leave. Which way did the guide go?
I mean, she couldn't hear. I mean, she couldn't see, not that.
It sounded like he just went forward, and then I couldn't hear him anymore.
Okay.
That will work.
Also, really, Bamele died? Ah.
Lou?
Yeah, where's Lou? He disappeared too. Great. Men these days, we can't rely on them. They either die or disappear. Oh, there you are. Great. He's standing to the side. Eyes... gaze glazed. Transfixed on the darkness. He seems completely unaware of everything happened. The fire, the nicks, the death. PTSD. I step forward and yank him back to my side.
What are you doing?
He is having a freak out. He flinches at the unexpected contact and looks attentively at me, but he doesn't offer an explanation.
I'm sorry.
It's all good. That's all he's ever says. Let go of him.
Both of you stay close. We are not going to separate again.
Okay. We keep down the path, the flames still gradually gnawing at the planks behind us. The guide doesn't turn up, nor does signs of him, but we push on. We will not stop moving. Ooh. Then we do. The bridge comes to a dead end of rotted out boards collapsed into the lake. For a moment our breathing stops at once. If this was the way that leads to the island, then... I flip back to face the others, my expression unaffected. I'm not going to allow panic to sap this group of judgment.
Let's look for another branch.
Smart. I resolve, beginning to retrace our path. The others follow without protest. Our regression is silent except for our footfall and the snapping of soggy wood attempting to burn. We frequently have to step over smoldering sections trying to come align. At one point, we even have to walk one at a time sideways to avoid a wildly flickering, small fire billowing out of black smoke. Just as my spirits begin to dim, we come across a different direction to take. Among all the forks, there was only two that aren't collapsed or too consumed by fire to risk following.
We're lost.
No, not yet. We could still find a way. Her voice is scarcely more than a whisper. I barely make it out over the sound of crackling fire and splintering wood. Lou's gaze is flickering down either path. There's a palpable sense of anxiety coming from him. Is that light over there? I swear, I don't know if that's just an effect on the game.
I don't know. I don't know which way.
It's alright.
I think I know the way. But it's not alright. We have to do something to go off. Anything at all. A cold sweat trickles down my back. Who's whistling? Before anyone tries to randomly choose, a noise captures my attention. I hastily address the two.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, did you hear the whistle?
It sounded like a whistle.
Okay, so I'm not crazy.
It came from the right.
Okay. Lou and I trade looks. Could be the signal we need. I mean, unless the Knicks can learn to whistle, I'm sure we're fine.
Do those monsters know how to whistle?
There we go, you asked the question.
I would assume not, but...
They don't speak.
We should go right, I think. To where the sound came from.
Because if we go the other way, it's probably a dead end. I'm surprised Lou is offering his own opinion. It's good to hear, however. I take a deep breath.
I agree. There's more of a chance the whistle was assigned for good over ill.
Alright. Our course decided, we move as one down the right path, no longer hesitating. As we follow the bridge down, there's no sign of the end. No need to debate between directions again. We start to outpace the fire, one danger thankfully fading away, but the night continues to lighten regardless. I glance to the sky and realize what's happening. The sun is rising, the bridge will sink into the waters, the darkness disappears, and take us with them. We'll be lost. It suddenly seems pointless. We never know where we've gone the right way, and we still haven't caught up with the guide. We can't outswim the Knicks, and we can't outrun the dawn. We're going to run out of time. Yet we keep moving forward. Hey! Island! Island shape, island shape. And finally our preservation is rewarded. The silhouette of an island rises in the distance. But is it enough distance to make it there, is the question? The island grows rapidly larger, and soon the scents of earth and trees reach us. In spite of all the horrors of the night, a dock emerges from the fog before us, welcoming us to safety. We reach the shore, but we still lost somebody. I don't believe it until after I've stepped off the wood and my boot sinks into the sand. I walk further in like a corpse, my sole instinct to flee from the waterline. My hazy eyes single in on something ahead. The guide stands on an outcropping in the distance, watching like a sentinel. He doesn't even come to greet us. I stare at him for a moment, not even able to feel alarmed at my own lack of feelings about the situation. He uses his staff to gesture to the forest behind him before disappearing between trees. I can only assume he must be asking me to follow. The guide takes us further inland, more towards the center. There's a view of the coastline from here, but we're also partially obscured by a few trees.
It's time to sleep.
Not even a hello? Not even a how are you doing? Maybe even a so it seems Bemele is not here? It is really hard to see pursuing your character more and more, but clearly there is something going on. But for now, sure, we'll sleep. No one has the energy to argue with him at this moment. I find a place comfortable as one could ask for in a location like this, next to one of the trees further out, and lay down, trying to block out all the trauma that just occurred. For once, exhaustion is my ally, and I slip off into sleep. God. Yeah. Hurry, boy. I'm gonna save on another page. Because honestly, damn. Damn. Damn, damn, damn it, damn, damn. That was a lot to happen, honestly. Like, just realizing how the game is so dramatically different from when I played it last. Now, to preface, the last time I played where only the guide, Kikia, and Belmele survived, so only 3 people ended up on the island. This time around, Margaret, Lou, the guide, and Kikia survived, but we lost Belmele. He got dragged into the water. Did not realize that was going to happen. Really sucks, but I made the choice. I thought Margaret needed more attention. But clearly, Belmele being in the darkness was at a bigger risk. Damn, it really made me feel bad and horrible in that situation. That's a good game. It made the whole fire situation more intense. The whole dialogue between Lou gives you something to work with, but even leaves you concerning if Lou's going to be able to hold his weight and continue on this journey. Still, I have to play it again so I can go and save Belmele. So I have a route where I save no one, a route I save most of them, and then I'm gonna have a route where I save everybody. I don't know if that's going to end up in the end that same way, but still. Hopefully we'll prevail. Fingers crossed with that. It's a very freaking intense game. Crazy that it's a free-to-play game with how much effort and time they put into it. Hell of impressive. But that seems like a really good place to pause the game today. And I do have a fun event happening later today, so I should probably jump off here. That way I'm able to do my business, play with my fluffy dog, drink some water. But it was a good day of stream. We had a great time. Now, yes, we will be on Saturday. Saturday is the 15th. I might stick with the 12 o'clock time. I might push it to 1, give or take. But we'll find out at a later date for that. Still, have a good rest of your day. I had fun today. And I will see you on Saturday. So, we are going to end this, and yes, pet the puppy, lots of fluffs, which even that's another convenient thing about having these fake tip nails. I have a good sturdy surface to give her little back scratches too. Let's see, I need to give you that, and we'll head over to the ending soon screen. Put a pause on you. Woo-woo. Have a good day, everyone, and hopefully next time we don't kill everyone in the game. I mean, either we're playing Fatal Frame, chatting, or doing Raging Loop. Kind of in the air, but you never know, it's going to be entertaining either way. Bye-bye!